Simpiwe is the one who's going to take us through the overview of this petition landscape, and then we'll follow through in terms of that. Then from there, we go to the chairperson of the committee, and the chairperson, Untitled Letsoalo, is the one now will outline also the intent and strategy, because they have to input on it. And then from there, then that's where we'll be going to the open session, where we'll get the media, the external, who will be with us engaging on these issues. So that is the program of the day. And again, let me also welcome Mayor Raluoko. You are welcomed. And thank you very much for honoring this occasion. Thank you very much. Now coming to this item of the purpose, already I've outlined some of the issues. You will really understand that this thing of petitions is really a worry for the legislature. And for so many years, you'll really recall that all the time, our petitioners don't get even the responses. Our petitioners, because as the legislature, you must know we have to be responsive to community needs. And our people are raising serious issues. But now they end up locked in the system. In the past, we had even to hire some staff to beef up the office of the speaker to deal with petitions. But we couldn't really win. And lately, we became very innovative, where we came up with electronic system of these petitions. But again, that we didn't really earn results as expected. Now we moved on. Now we are saying, let's put our heads together. Now the chairperson today is going to outline the strategy, how we can make sure that we get rid of this backlog. That's why we are here. And our petitioners are waiting, but there's nothing that comes back to them. And you must understand, as the legislature, in our corporate governance, we take also issues. Most of the petitions are at the local government level, and they come to the legislature. We have to deal with them. And now here we are. And we really request that in your input, let's make sure that we assist this process. Now, the main purpose is to work together, engage with our strategy, and make your invaluable input to the program. And again, I'll keep on welcoming the members of the Committee of Petitions, Portfolio Committee of Petitions, and also welcoming other members from other committees who are tripping in. You are welcomed. Me, Letwaba, Tong, and Mabunda, Sox, you are welcomed. Now, I've outlined the purpose. Spiwe, where are you? Down here. I'm going to give you this platform. You outline, and then lately there follows the chairperson of the portfolio of the standing committee to now outline the strategy. It looks like you're still busy. Now let's really pay attention to the presentation.
morning, honorable MECs, honorable members of the committee. Or both. Okay. They're using the screens instead of the projector. So the two screens, the outer screens are put. Okay. So, good morning, honorable MECs, honorable members of the legislature, leadership of the GPL and fellow colleagues. So the presentation I'll be giving, as Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair has outlined, just gives a bird's eye view of the petitions that will be handed over as part of the bulk referral strategy. So it's where we were, where we are, and where we're headed as guided by the petitions clearance strategy. So the presentation covers the introduction, the regional and gender distribution of the petitions that will be handed over, the authority distribution, highlights of the petition matters, and just as speaking to one part of the six-prong backlog clearing strategy, and Chairperson Letsoalo will speak to it in a much more robust way than it covers the conclusion. So, at the beginning of the sixth legislative term, which was in 2019, the newly formed Petitions Standing Committee inherited 545 petitions from the fifth legislative term and terms before that. To note, at the end of the fourth, there were only 130. So, they really burgeoned during the fifth legislative term. And the regional distribution of these that were inherited were 36% City of Joburg, 19 emanated from City of Tshwane, 26% from Ekurhuleni, 9% West Rand, and 10% from the Citibank region. And as you see, overwhelmingly 59% of all adopted petitions were referred to local government, as already outlined. So, and this already signals there's a problem with Section 79 committees in municipal structures, because ideally petitions should be going there, not to province. So when the committee, as a successors in 2019, took on the helm, they were met with an insurmountable situation of trying to deal with this backlog of 545 petitions. And then, of course, as you know, the Petitions Act is kind of governed and undergirded by the Gauteng Petitions Acts of 2002 and the regulation of 2016. And it is there to facilitate engagement and between citizens and the authorities to reach a progressive response. So the right to petition and the obligation to create mechanisms to facilitate petitioning is firmly undergirded in the Constitution and the Act. I won't go into detail, it's in the presentation. And based on the fourth quarter, 2021-2022 quarterly report, there are currently 738 ongoing petitions, and over 70% of these were inherited, as mentioned, from previous legislative term. And if you look at the resolution rate, so a lot of work has gone into try and increase the resolution rates and closing petitions. When the committee took on the helms in 2019, the resolution rate was 16.5 for 2019-2022 financial year. The following year, despite COVID regulation, the resolution rate increased 26%. And in the year that just ended in March, 2021-2022, the resolution rates went up to 48.1%. So it is an upward trajectory. So work has been done, and of course, ideally, it should be at least be at 70 or even 100%, as Chair Letsoalo would prefer it. So the system is there to to catch the disgruntled, and before issues escalate to a situation where government infrastructure is burnt. So it is also encouraging that in April, MEC Maile, MEC of Gauteng, in the State of Municipalities in Gauteng report, highlighted the importance of petitioning, and that these really should be attended to, because if not, they really undermine, they really create a trust deficit between the state and those that it governs. And then if you then go to the region, so today 657 petitions, which already sits with authorities, have been printed and will be handed over to the responding authorities for their intervention, and Chair will outline the strategy, how it works. So if you then have a look at the distribution, so this is where petitions emanate, not necessarily where they sit for resolution. So someone like myself, I'm Centurion, I'm petitioning for a bridge at Samrand. So the petition will not go to City of Tshwane, it will go to Roads and Transport, since it's a provincial road. So this is that distribution of where most of the petitioners come from. And as you will see, that most come from the metros, and one can really deduce that it's due to access to the legislature. So 33% COJ, 34% are female, 66 are male, 26% emanate from the city of Kuruleni, 46% female and 53 male, 19% city of Tshwane, 35 female, 65 male. And we have an anomaly in the West Rand, where, of course, 11% are from the West Rand, but for the first time, 70% are female. So it is a welcomed anomaly that women are petitioning and having their voice heard, despite the triple burden they face. 30% are male, and then Sedibeng 11%, and 33 are female, and 67 are male. If we then look at the way they've been sent for intervention, sorry, I just saw Chairperson Mokhali. 14% are from Department of Education, 9%, these are the actual numbers. So of the 321 that have been given to GPG, 14 are education, 9 are health, 7 are Department of Economic Development, 2 infrastructure, 39 roads and transport, and as we, the current situation is that 291 are human settlement, 18 are social development, 11 community safety, and 2 sports, arts, culture, and recreation. And then if you look at the municipal ones, these will be going via COCTA, and this is so 336 of the total number are municipal in nature. And this, as I mentioned, it highlights a lack in the Section 79 committees. So I will not go into the details of it, as you see the distribution of the municipalities. So if we were to look at the common issues that are embedded in the petitions, it's ordinarily RDP housing in nature. A huge chunk is the 96 C-form candidates, and worryingly, the amount of RDP misallocation petitions. And this would be someone who was meant to get a house in Zone 14, and lo and behold, when they arrive there, it's someone else's in the house. So a lot of those are the misallocation. And incorrect billing, encroachment, lack of maintenance. And as you see, it's really about bylaw infringement issues. And a few are formalization. And if they're not formalized, they are requesting for basic services in the interim. So as you see, that the petition system is really a service delivery barometer. So this is the backlog clearing strategy. Chairperson Letsoalo will go into it, but what we're doing today is kickstarting the first prong, which is the balkanization, where the petitions have been printed, will be handed over to the MECs and HODs, and then Chairperson will highlight the compact. And so in conclusion, so as you see, there is progress with the resolution rate from 16.5% in 2019 to 48.1 the year just ended. But a caveat is imperative, though. The committee does not control all the variables, and the closure of petitions is dependent on reports by authorities. So the committee just facilitates. So it's very imperative that authorities do come forth with progressive reports that can lead to the closure. So the committee is confident that this process of balkanization will lead to eradicating the backlog. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I take it now you have an idea where we are as a province. And you have seen those stats, that human settlement is right there, and that followed by Department of Transport. Then comes social development, and then we get to education. So those are the challenges that we really, sorry about it. I don't know what to do. So those are, no, it's the chair is phoning me, and now already I'm on the podium. And welcome, Chairperson of Committees, May Nkosi Malobani. And now, this challenge that we are really facing is that we have to be responsive to this community need. So you have the picture. But now I'm going to allow the chairperson to lead us to the second one, because we don't have that privilege of time, so that it takes us through what is intended to deal with these particular issues. And after that, then I'll be talking to the chair of committees who will be coming in. But for now, I'm going to allow the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Petitions, Chairperson Letsoalo.
So which one am I using? This one? Okay. Our presiding officer for standing in for the chair of chairs. We truly appreciate your presence. But maybe let me also extend warm greetings to all of you for joining us this morning. I think it demonstrates a degree of a commitment. Ordinarily, and I'm sure you will see with other people, Mondays are never really easy days. They are never really easy days. It's on Mondays, usually, where you will find that people become creative, you know. All manner of excuses around why they couldn't join in specific programs. And so we appreciate all of you for honoring this program. But of course, in honoring the program, you are in essence honoring what constitutes the preservation, the protection of the rights of the residency of Gauteng, of course, and beyond that. So this morning we really want to venture a bit into the petitions terrain, or landscape, if you will. And somebody says the petition or the right to petition is not in any way conferred on the people by any constitution or any legislative framework. It's a pre-existing right. So even when you did not have the constitution as we have it in its current form, people could organize and be able to make lamentations in an organized, fashion, and you will have seen it. So if you track back in history, you will find that petitioning actually also precedes the record of history. I'm sure if you go back to ancient Egypt, you will find that workers, when they were building pyramids, will have at some point ventilated their frustrations as related to their working conditions through the petitioning process. And then if you go to China again, you will see that the petitioning was a common practice there, where petitions could be organized from, peasants who would write to the emperor. And then the emperor, depending on the nature of the petition, would intervene. But also biblically, so there's a reference of a petitioning in the Bible. And of course, there's somebody else who says, the first petition, ordinarily that we'll engage ourselves on, it's in your daily prayer. So when you're asking for bread, you are petitioning to God that they cater to my needs, cater to my household. And so that on its own also is a form of a petitioning. And so over time, what will have been known as a form of raising hues and cries, and I don't want to say complaints, hues and cries, crystallized into what today referred to as a petitioning system, a much more substantive and formal process for that fact. But of course, if you go back to UK, and UK, all of you will appreciate, becomes the source of, the creation of the system of governance as we would have it. So if you track back to Edward I, you will see it in 1272 already, that the citizenry of the UK would also rely on the system of a petition. So that is the centrality of the petitioning system. But of course, it's also the same on our shores, that prior to the advent of a democracy, our own leaders would, from time to time, through a system of deputations, travel out to England to go and make representations in the form of petitions. Legitimated insofar as the then constitutional arrangement, if you will. But where are we this morning is that when we ascended in 2019, and because this is a closed briefing, I think we can share. When we ascended in 2019, we had to contend with an avalanche of petitions. And of course, in the handover report from our predecessors, and I'm quite happy that Me Refule Mokhale, who's my predecessor, is here. And so we invited Mema Mokhale this morning to come and join us. Because in essence, we were not reinventing the wheel. It was a carry-through from where they would have left off. And so the observations that we'll have made would have been that there were great efforts to try to dent the petitions landscape. But because of the manner and style in which things were done institutionally, we found that there were a number of shortcomings in the practice that we'll have gotten accustomed to. And the uniqueness of the Petitions Committee is that it's the only committee in the legislature governed by its own piece of legislation, the Petitions Act. And so the Petitions Act will prescribe the process around how petitions should be managed. And so it will say when a petition is received, the committee must look into it, adjudicate, either reject or adopt, depending on the issues. And then immediately thereafter, calls for its referral to relevant authorities. Authorities will be given 20 working days with an extension of about an additional 10 days. And so just on the surface of it, it would have appeared that, this is a workable system. Up until we had to test it. And when we tested it, one of the things that we had to contend with was the shortfall in the inability on the relevant authorities to resolve those petitions within the prescribed time. Whether we can impute blame on them, initially we would have thought that would be the case. But we then got to realize that, for instance, when somebody submits a petition calling for the building of a clinic, surely that would not take 20, and neither would it take an additional 10 days to complete. So it might be a subject of a protracted process. And so we asked ourselves a question around how do you then build the system efficiencies, but also at the same time inspire hope by the users of this system that when their petitions have been submitted, they do not fall by the wayside, but that they are adjudicated appropriately, recorded, but that there's also a process leading towards their resolution. And so this morning we just want to deal with the efficiency of the system to resolve these petitions. Because the petition system represents something quite significant. And earlier on I will have indicated that it's a pre-existing for those who ordinarily would use the system. They will see it as one of the platforms within which they can ventilate, so express their concerns, frustrations, as related to the deliverology program. Not just, having this system or its platform being one where people can ventilate, so that you have a situation where people embark on a violent protest, where there's a destruction of property. We then came to the realization that, well, the petition system can also be used as a barometer to measure, to assess the manner and form of the delivery of the services. And so it becomes an indicator of sorts, And in the conversations that I had with one of the MECs was that, well, the petition system also unravels some of the blind spots insofar as the planning and execution of departmental programs, including those of municipalities. In Marxism, they say it's a committee sui generis, or it's a system sui generis, meaning that of its own special kind. And I usually argue in the legislature that, well, we're a parental committee to all committees, because we're a feeder a committee. But maybe let me not labor that point as much. Safe to say that what we want to present this morning really excites us, and that we will have resolved and committed ourselves to denting the petitions landscape. And so we set on course to develop what we refer to as the petitions backlog. And we have not been able to move on them. So if you track back these petitions that would have been submitted in 2008. So that's how far back petitions that we have in the system. Many of these petitions will have been referred to different departments with either no response or the adequacy or inadequacy of the kind of interventions that would help us in closing the petitions. And so ordinarily what you will find or see is that whilst the Petitions Standing Committee receives petitions and adjudicates on petitions, calls for their referral, we don't control all the variables around the closure of these petitions. Those that do are actually on the side of the executive. So it is the executive, in conjunction with the institution, of petition. So if there's a petition about a building of a road somewhere in Wattville, Iguruleni, we can cause for its referral to the relevant department. But whether we can close off on that petition really depends on the kind of interventions that the Department of Roads and Transport would employ. You see? The petition system, or those that will have submitted those petitions, develop somewhat of a skepticism. So there's a degree of pessimism that creeps in that possibly the system is not as functional as would have been intended. And so it becomes all too crucial that petitions are to the use of the petitions system. And so we will have developed a backlog clearance strategy because, as you will have seen with the previous presentation, we've got a backlog of petitions amounting just over 700 of petitions. So these are historic petitions. Of course, the reality is that whereas we try to resolve one petition, there's 10 more that enters the system. So you can almost see that over time, the manner and style around how we process these petitions can become unsustainable. And the likely thing that is to happen when we fail to resolve these petitions is that people are going to resolve themselves to consider alternative ways of protesting. And it's exactly what we'll have seen over time. That because there's a manifestation of this pessimism, people now begin to find spaces to ventilate. And where are those spaces? In may have also failed. Because when you have got an optimally functional system, you are at least able to circumvent those are kinds of scenarios and situational occurrences. So the first thing that we then resolved to do, yeah, you are using an old laptop.
It's the institution, not me.
Ndate Magamba. Yeah. So the first thing that we then resolved to do, because the known practice is that you receive one petition, and then after you receive it, you take it to the committee must adjudicate, adopt, refer, which is time consuming. You refer one petition to a department. And ordinarily the legislation says, wait for 30 days. But of course, in practice, we find that that may even exceed 6 months. And in the 6 months where you are waiting for the resolution of this one petition, there will have been another 100 that will have entered the system. And that is why you sit with a backlog. So it's untenable, it's unsustainable in the long run. And so we said, we are going to group all of these petitions that we have in the system and balkanize them. So we'll have done a printout of all of the petitions that we have, per department, per municipality. Of course, there are those that even go beyond the remit or the purview of the province. So those that will channel through the NCOP. What do we do after balkanizing? So what you will see in the second leg of our program is that we are going to hand over all of these petitions. So we're clearing off, we're resetting the system so that we are not left with any historic petitions. Then the arrangement would be that the different departments, in being handed over these petitions, will be given 2 months within which to develop plans on how to go about resolving them. We're not necessarily saying there's going to be a magical wand to resolve all of these petitions, but at least there must be a plan being put in place to ensure that within the 2 months, you can at least give feedback so that we can also extend that feedback to the users of the petition system. That herein lies a plan by relevant departments on how to go about resolving your issues. Because in circumspect, we are appreciative of the you will have seen it in the presentation, are really about RDP applications. So if you will, the Petitions Committee plays a dual role to a committee that you will have in the legislature, which is about COGTA and human settlement. So every time we interact with different communities, the first thing that is raised is about RDP applications. And so we would have thought it might assist us a great deal if we do this handover so that Bomme Mbanjwa in the department can then work out a plan around how best to improve their own internal systems to try to respond to the bulk of the petitions that we have. So that is the first intervention that we would want to make. And almost immediately you will find that we no longer will be sitting with petitions lingering in our system for far too long. And I think this is a process that we are going to adopt henceforth. So we will no longer be doing things the same way, that we just wait. So ordinarily what we will have resolved as a committee is that for any number of petitions that presents in the same nature of issues, we are no longer going to adjudicate them as individual petitions. So if it's about RDP applications and they are all supporting documents, automatically those will be adopted. So we're invoking a much more pragmatic approach or interpretation of the Petitions Act, which, by the way, we're also causing for its a review. So, which is the second part. So, one of the shortcomings that presents itself insofar as the slowness in the resolution rate is really just the construct of the Petitions Act. Quite a unique piece of legislation, quite instrumental as well, I must say. I mean, the pioneers that will have been when they pondered this piece of legislation, I really think they had their minds in the right place. But of course, what would encumber the practical implementation of this piece of legislation would be in the style and manner around how bureaucracy functions. So bureaucracy becomes a glitch insofar as actualizing what would have been intended by the drafters of this legislation. So we will have then said, we want to strengthen this legislation. And what is the first thing that we will have observed? Is that there's a multiplicity of entry points around how petitions are submitted. Our constitutional edifice is such that there's a separation of the powers. So you have got three branches of a government, I mean rather three spheres. To the articulations of the Constitution insofar as the petitioning mechanism is concerned. So Section 56, D 69, so you can go to Section 17. So there's quite a number of those. But what you find at a local sphere of government is that there are what we call Section 79 committees. And there are those committees which are designated to look into petitions. But in our own observation is that they are not as functional. The shortfall of that is that there is then an escalation of petitions to the provincial sphere of governance. And so that creates another pressure point, which finds us having to deal with local related issues that could have otherwise been handled at that level by councils and the different committees of the municipality. And so one of the things that we would want to do is just to tighten that before anybody can submit a petition at this level of the province, there must be somewhat of a demonstration that it will have gone through proper channels, which is a local government, before there can be escalation. So we just want to strengthen that part. The second thing that we want to strengthen is the part that speaks about instances where there is a non-responsiveness on the part of relevant authorities. So ordinarily, the legislation confers on us powers to subpoena anybody. So we can subpoena the Premier, we can subpoena a DG, HOD, we can subpoena mayors, we can subpoena MMCs, anybody, to come and account around why, wherein a petition had been referred to them There was non-responsiveness. And by the way, it's a criminal offense to breach the application of this act. We have not really tested it. But henceforth, we are going to do that. I know we are going to lose quite a number of friends. But because we are resolved, that's exactly what we are going to do. So there's quite a number of areas that we would want to strengthen, to make sure that when we say we're actualizing, there would not be any, different formulations around what should have been as against what is the case. But maybe let me pass that one because I see we're a bit pressure against time. One of the things which is an inherent configuration over how committees of the legislature should be functioning is that of creating interoperability arrangements, if you will. So cross engagements or interactions. Because in essence, the legislature functions as a whole and not in parts. So it's a whole of a moving entity, if you will. And so we then resolve that we really also need to develop a guidelines that will assist the legislature through its committees to function maximally in how committees interact. Because ordinarily what you see would be what will appear as somewhat of a competitiveness amongst committees, whereas they are supposed to be functioning in a harmonized fashion. So the feature there is that we want to strengthen the committee cross-referrals so that when we receive a petition and we'll have adopted it, referred it to the relevant department, the relevant and aligned portfolio committee must assist us to follow up on this petition. They must not only note in their meetings, there are these petitions, without necessarily making an effort of following through on those specific petitions. So that is but one of the features of our backlog clearance strategy, to make sure that it's not only the petitions committee that runs after departments, because we don't have the necessary workforce to be able to do that. But when we have got a fully fleshed portfolio committee, assuming that responsibility, you will find it relatively easy. Because at least in their quarterly reports, they will then emphasize the incorporation of petitions reporting. And of course, built into the quarterly reports, which is an initiative that we'll have came up with, is that from 2021, there will have been a feature that expects all departments in their quarterly report to populate the petitions management section. But of course, we still need to tighten that process, because in our observation, other departments will still populate petitions that will have been referred to them in the previous quarters, which distorts the optics around when these petitions will have been submitted and when they will have been expected to be resolved upon. Then the fourth feature there, it's a resuscitation of the e-petitions system. One of the things that South Africa struggles with is really to rise, in meeting the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. When developed nations are already venturing the sixth industrial revolution, we are still held up in trying to enter into the fourth industrial revolution. So ordinarily when we do external hearings, we get to be told, well, if I want to submit a petition from the comfort of my home, how do I manage that? And at some point, Bomme Refilo Mokhale will have embarked on developing the system. But of course, bureaucracy has proven a problem over time. That when we ascended in 2019, already Mokhale had initiated that there should be an or virtual platform, digital platform, around how petitions can now be, submitted and so on. But that was never to see the light of day. And so we then resolved that part of the legacy that we would want to leave by the time we Premier's office, already they've worked around a system, I'm not sure what they call it. CRM. So it's a system that would collate, petitions, but of course, issues that will have been deposited by different community stakeholders and so on. And so in us resuscitating the e-petition system, we're in essence striving to ensure that there's a user who submits a petition, real time, can see what petition is being adjudicated, rejected, or adopted, and almost immediately when it's being referred. So they can be able to track real time when this petition gets to be referred to a relevant authority, and then monitor for themselves the trajectory of its processing towards its resolution. Encompass, it's the time for feedback to be provided. So you no longer have to run around any one personnel in any department, but the system itself will then give an indication, or what close is expected. So the committee in the legislature will no longer have to write as many letters, because what we ordinarily do, we account for the biggest bulk of the usage of paper in the legislature, simply because of the number of letters that we have to write. So on any given week, I'm forced to sign now countless number of correspondences going to HODs, going to MECs, going to mayors, going to speakers. And we thought, well, this is quite untenable. This is quite untenable. And so the petition system fashions a response to that administrative burden, Madam Speaker, as we welcome you. So we really want to do things differently, but maybe let me rush through. Then the fifth pillar of our strategy, it's increasing the hosting of both internal as well as external hearings. So we're coming out of the box. We no longer want to work in our comfort spaces, being in chambers in the legislature. We now want to take the petitioning process to where it really belongs, to our communities. Because we want our communities to see for themselves and bear witness to the functionality of this crucial system. And I think over the last 2 years, we'll have done exactly that. That we have not functioned within the comfort of the precinct, which is the legislature. But we have taken almost all of our hearings to the community, so that we also facilitate public education, because one of the observations that we'll have made is that our people are unable to differentiate and partition government for how it's structured. Part of the crucial features of our public hearings would also be about facilitating public education, so that our people get to be taught, or how can they process, how can they submit petitions, how are they processed, and where to can they submit those specific petitions. And of course, we will have also observed that ordinarily departments become more responsive in the presence of the different constituencies, as opposed to when we write letters to them. So when we write letters to yourselves, you hardly ever respond. But when we summon you in front of the different constituencies, you jack yourself up and become a responsive, you know. So we want to make external hearings a much more integral part of our feature. If the legislature could give us a more time as well as a days to do that. And then lastly is that part of the encumbrances that we'll have to contend with is really about the inadequacy of the workforce to carry petitions. And we thought, well, this is not something that falls squarely within our purview, but we are going to test it nonetheless, Madam Speaker. Is that we are developing a document, which is going to present optics around how the legislature can assist in the management of petitions in the most efficient way. That brings in and taps into the skills, the inventiveness of young people. Those that may be in tertiary, those that will have graduated, you can package in a form of internship programs, so that we borrow from the skills, we borrow from the agility, so that we are able to anchor the work of the petitions. Because you may find young people who, in the course of the week, loiter around. We essentially will have a borrowed her, you know. She's on loan. And we hope that at some point then she will be assimilated, such that the work that she has been continuing to do for us as the Petitions Committee can be sustained beyond her tenure. And so, colleagues, we thought we should present this strategy to yourselves, because against what we will have presented, there's a realization that we don't control much of the variables around having this strategy being actualized maximally. So in essence, it requires all of us, through our concerted efforts, to carry it, to ensure that we become mostly responsive. Isn't it that we say we are a people-centered government? And so this is the one moment where the artificiality of the delineation should be overshadowed. So much the time we spend a lot of interactions that we have on saying, no, but this is not my space. But society does not care as much about the superficiality of how government is. And so we really need to find a way of converging all of our strengths, our energies, towards a lasting resolve on petitions that will have been submitted, and those that are yet to be submitted by countless residents of our province. We owe it to all of them, because ordinarily, in the observation that we'll have made is that most of the users of the petition system are the downtrodden. So these are ordinary people in the different communities that were leading in Gauteng. So you can almost imagine, much of them do not have any other alternative recourse mechanism to have their issues heard. And so we become the bastion of a hope for them, that whatever issue that they will want to deposit, and expecting that it would be heard, will be carried through this platform, which is the petitions system. So they may not afford to go to court on issues that may relate to service delivery, but at least the legislature provides this one mechanism to have their voices heard. So if you will, the petition system is an enabler, and it accentuates the voices of those that ordinarily would go ahead. So we want to give an expression to these views. We want to give expression to the murmurings of the downtrodden in our respective communities. And we're really making an appeal to all of you that are sisters. Government. So not only in the legislature, but in government. Because when we respond to petitions, what we are in essence doing, we are demonstrating we are a caring government. But when we don't do that, simmering tensions are going to erupt. And you will have seen it, you will have observed what will have transpired last year. It is simply because of our shortcomings to become a responsive government. We must not only be seen, we must also seen to be doing what is expected of us as agents of this government. So thank you very much. We thought we present that brief strategy. Of course, the second leg will also rehash the same thing, so that we present the strategy to the media. But the expectation is that those of you who are responsible in the different facets of our government must put your neck on the block. There is no any other way. So this morning, as the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee, I'm putting my neck on the block. That we want to reset the system. That we want to dent the petitions landscape. So that nobody will at some point say, I submitted a petition, but this government never came back to me. Because that constitutes the main lamentation wherever we go. That government
with this issue of the petitions. But again, once more, let me welcome the Speaker of the Legislature, Me Ntombi Mekwe, and then also other chairpersons or members of portfolio committees at the Legislature, and also members of this Standing Committee of Petitions. We have Memo Farmer just arrived, Me Hassan also, and Mary Filo Kekana, and then also Ntate Sneeman. Again, also other officials that have just arrived, also equally important, welcomed to this session. But now you really took notes. I'm going to give you just 10 minutes to reflect on this. Engagement around that. But now, importantly, what we got, it was the balkanization. To say, what do we do? We'll be handing over bulk of petitions, all of them today, to respective departments. So we're going to clean our system so it gets to the department. And then once it gets to the department, the proposal is we give you 2 months. That will depend on the nature of the petition, but 2 months we give it to you. Now, from there, we are saying respond. The non-responsiveness, you have seen the consequences. we are saying we are treating this as a criminal offense. So you have really to understand the signing today of the compact, what it means. The signing of the compact, I don't want to hide it, we are empowered as the legislature to really take it up. Now, once you get these petitions, we want the response. So that is where you must really get it. But let me allow, if there are, I just wanted to highlight some few things and give you a chance if there is any question based on clarity additions, because no one has a custodian of knowledge. I'll pause and you'll indicate by raising your hand if there is any other issue that you really like to deposit to what has been presented. And I'm not closing anyone, and I'm sure also from the departments, our officials are here, and they can also indicate on the issues that has been raised. Mekekana?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and good morning to everyone. I'm not going to ask a question or comment. I just want to comment, actually, on the presentation made by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Petitions, and to say that we really appreciate the effort made by the committee to balkanize the petitions, because it was not fair for all the bulk of the work to be assigned to the Petitions Committee only, when there are 10 other portfolio committees that could assist in processing these petitions. And if you would note that in our standing agendas, there's an item on petitions. And we've always wondered as chairpersons as to why every time we come to that item on petitions, there were never petitions referred to the portfolio committees. For me, at social development, since I was a chairperson, I only received one referral. And I don't know how it got to be referred. But that was the one and only petition that was referred to social development. So we really welcome this move so that we can jointly tackle the issue of these petitions, the backlog of petitions, so that by the end of our term, at least we must be seen to have done something in terms of resolving people's problems. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much for the input, very invaluable input. And I'm sure that's why the chair was saying we have really to strengthen the system. We have to make sure that our systems are really proper. Because for now, you received just one petition, while the social development is one of they had a number, 18. That's the one. It's now at number 3, because we had human settlement, we have also transport, and then we have social development. But now the system, and thanks for because I take it, is just in addition to say, let's strengthen our system so that things really move swiftly. Thanks for that input. And for now, I will say just for 5 minutes, then we allow the media in, and then we start with the second session. So just 5 minutes, you stretch the legs 5 minutes, and then the media comes in, and then we get to the second session. And thank you very much for now. But before everything, I'm going to give the chairperson of committees of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to officially welcome us all together with everybody in here. So I'm going to give him, and he's also going to outline the purpose why we are here. Menkosi Malobane.
Sanbona, dumelang, sawubona mtutus. All right, have you recovered? Have you recovered, Puto? Vele sisesekuyo lento. No, good morning and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for giving me this opportunity to welcome our colleagues, our executive, the members of the executive who are here. Menko Morale Hoko is also a deputy chair of the organization that I come from, as well as MEC for social development. I think these are the only two MECs that are here. Ngumbekile umzi uzodila nabo disciplinarian yethu, so so yeah, no, thank you very much. I think this part is actually the part where we've invited the media. It's an open session, and we've had a very interesting first session where the chair of the Petitions Committee outlined how petitions work and how they will actually assist us in terms of dealing with the issues that from time to time our communities raise about service delivery. We hope that one day we'll also get petitions that people will be congratulating us on how efficient our government is. But for the purpose of today, what I think it is important that to explain that the relationship between the media and government has a profound impact on the information to which the public has access. I was watching the media yesterday when the president addressed the KZN conference. People who were more disappointed were actually the media than the people, but the citizens. And I think it is important that we really need to correct our relationship with the media, chair of petitions, as well as chair of chairs and the leadership that is here. We have this relationship with our media. And I think it is time that we correct that situation and make sure that the media becomes the ears and sometimes the mouthpiece of our communities, as opposed to abaqhuqhuzeli be dissatisfaction amongst our people. Government has always relied on the media to communicate with its citizens and stakeholders around the world, ensuring that they receive the information that will shape their day-to-day decisions. In terms of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa, citizens have the right to access to information. Further, the Apex law of the land set out the need for an importance of public access to and involvement in the business of provincial legislatures. The highest law of our land thus stressed the need for legislatures to provide public participation mechanisms. The major role and partner to carry the message of government to the people in this regard is undoubtedly the media. Has a strong educational power, and it has undoubtedly one of the most essential roles. Through reading news, watching TV, or accessing a social media site, people receive information on what processes happen in the government, how it affects their lives, and helps the general public understand complex concepts. Besides, it should be mentioned that the media educational role provides transparency for the government and trust for the people. Therefore, to brief the media on our activities relating to processes of petitions is an extremely important and critical step in reaching out to our communities. Let us remember that the most effective means of ensuring the government accountability to the people is an aggressive, independent, and probing media, and of course not an opposition. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature has as its slogan the words, "Your view, our vision." What this means is that we are driven by the views, inputs, suggestions, opinions, and sentiments of our people. We do not engage the people of our province for the sake of engaging them, or because it is a constitutional mandate and therefore we merely comply. Rather, we discharge our constitutional mandate of public participation by listening to and then being informed by the will of the people. In this regard, we have numerous initiatives where we as GPL go out to communities to listen to the needs of Gauteng citizens. We conduct public participation sessions, Buali Sichaba, and taking legislature to the people. We've also started to focus on embarking on feedback sessions where we not only go to people as first instance visits, but we also go back to those communities with feedback on the progress we have made on the various concerns and challenges raised by communities. We also monitor the extent to which we cover the whole province, not only physically and geographically, but also demographically, meaning all races are now covered. This will ensure we are able to analyze which communities we are going to and which communities we'll still have to visit. This will ensure that we consider the views of all population groups and community formations, irrespective of race, gender, orientation, or any other classification. Every person in Gauteng has a view, and that view is important to us, irrespective of majorities or minorities. However, in addition to us going to communities, we've made the GPL accessible to individuals and communities who want to come to us and raise their issues in person. For this purpose, we have the petitions process overseen by the dedicated House Committee on Petition and led by our capable chairperson, Untitled Chapter. This process is specifically for those individuals and communities who who, after having exhausted service delivery avenues in their local municipality level and have found no joy. They can thus approach the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to petition the legislature to look into their service delivery challenges. The GPL receives hundreds of petitions each month, which we assess, consider, adopt, and then process by engaging the petitioners together with service delivery departments in the province. Petitions are then referred to Gauteng departments for resolution and feedback. While this process has resolved many issues for people who will have otherwise not received their required services, the petitions coming in have far surpassed what we are able to process on a monthly basis. This has unfortunately resulted in many petitions going into backlog, with many people still having to wait for the services they've requested. To address this backlog, as well as the constant influx of new petitions, as mentioned by the chair earlier, we've put numerous measures in place to escalate petitions with the departments and collaborate with the executive to address duplicate and backlog petitions. This is important because we cannot have people having exhausted their local avenues, then petition the legislature, and then still have to wait for service delivery due to the petitions backlog. Therefore, as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we have decided to focus heavily on eradicating the petitions backlog. We aim to eradicate the petition backlog to ensure that people are able to get resolutions to their issues. Even if it is after some time, but we will not forget or ignore the issues that people have raised with us. And this is precisely what brings us to this event, where we will hand over petitions to the executive departments for follow-up and resolutions to issues and concerns raised by communities. While this is an important initiative, we acknowledge that this will not be a once-off initiative or an oversight fix. But as I have mentioned, we will sustain these engagements throughout the province on an ongoing basis. Hopefully, in this way, we will make a dent on reducing the petitions backlog, ultimately totally reducing it to zero. We aim to hold the executive to account on referred petitions, and we are going to publicly announce who's actually attending to petitions and who's not attending to them. I think there are three culprit departments: Department of Human Settlement and COCTA, Transport, and social. Serious bazama. But anyway, kitla botsa emisi gore a ke bazama ke chokorile, our aim, therefore, is not for media mileage, but rather to show that we are indeed serious about discharging our mandate of overseeing the executive to the ultimate benefit of the citizens of this province. The ultimate purpose of today's session is to once again reaffirm that we have not forgotten and will never forget the people of Gauteng, and we will do whatever it takes to ensure that our people ahead and service. Let me then leave you with the words of David Brin, who said, "Liberty flourishes not when government is weak, but when government is accountable." Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of committees, for those invaluable words and encouraging and also indicating some of the issues that we're really to follow them squarely as raised. Standing Committee, Untitled Letsoalo. Let me hand over to you.
Structure we're using our own. There, it's pushed, yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. The two screens on either side. Okay. Right. Good morning, Madam Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature, members of the executive, chairpersons of committees, honorable members, the leadership of the GPL, colleagues, and the members of the media, the members of the Fourth Estate. So this presentation is on the petition landscape, where the committee has been with the issues, with the petitions, and where we are currently and where we are headed, as guided by the six-pronged strategy that Chairperson Letsoalo will be covering shortly. So the presentation will go through the introduction, the regional and gender distribution, the authority distribution, and also highlight key issues that emanate from the contents of the petitions, and then zone on just one aspect of the backlog clearance strategy, and then the conclusion. So when this current Petition Standing Committee assumed their position as a Petition Standing Committee in 2019 with the beginning of the sixth legislative term, they found themselves inheriting 546 petitions from the previous legislative term and others. And perhaps of note that at the end of the fourth, which is in 2014, there were only 130 petitions. So most came about during the fifth legislative term. So they found themselves having to inherit this insurmountable situation where having to deal with 545 petitions and, of course, receiving petitions monthly as well. So the regional distribution of the petitions that were inherited, there was about 36 from the city of Joburg, 19 city of Ekurhuleni, 19 city of Tshwane, 26 Ekurhuleni, 9 West Rand, and 10 Sedibeng. And as you can see, that the overwhelming amount of these were referred to local government. So, and that also signaled that there were some deficiencies at the local government level, as there are Section 79 committees in all municipalities, and petitions should go through there first in the perfect legislative framework, but they were finding themselves at the legislature. So that was one of the issues that was kind of highlighted by the vast amount of municipal petitions that were there. So the committee is undergirded by the Petitions Act of 2002 and the Petitions Regulation, which really undergirds how they work and how they adjudicate petitions. And the Petition Committee is the voice of the people. So when there's issues of erosion of trust, the committee is there to try to build that trust deficit. So the right to petition and the obligation to create mechanisms to facilitate petitioning is safeguarded in these sections of the our Republic's Constitution, Section 17, 115, 118, and 195. And if you look at our recently adopted quarterly reports, which is Q4 2021-22, there are currently 738 petitions. So yeah, it's quite a lot, and 70% are municipal in nature. And a lot of work has been done to try and turn the tide on the resolution rates. And as you see, when the committee assumed its role in 2019, the resolution rates was 16.5. The following year, despite COVID regulation, the resolution rate went up to 26%. And during the year that just ended in March, the resolution rate is now sitting at 48.1%. So there is definitely improvement in the upward trajectory of the resolution of petitions. But of course, the committee doesn't hold all the variables. Authorities are, according to the Act, the petitions are sent to authorities to provide reports, having investigated, and then they provide reports. So the committee itself cannot close a petition. They cannot dictate to an authority how to resolve an issue. And the committee was pleased with MEC Maile's words in his updated State of Municipalities report in April, where he highlighted the significance of petitioning, and that if these issues aren't heard, they really can dent perceptions of the legislature and the state as being uncaring. So there's really great impetus in resolving these petitions. So if we then look at the petitions that will be, as been highlighted by the Deputy Chair of Chairs and the Chair, the petitions that will be handed over today, the 657. And then the regional agenda distribution these are where the petitions emanate from. So situation, I'm in Centurion, I would like a bridge because there's high traffic, and I lodged a petition. It will not go to City of Tshwane, it will go to the Roads and Transport. So this is, so where the petitions emanate from, and of course, as you can see from the top three, it really demonstrates access to the legislature. 33% of the 657 petitions are from the COJ, and 34% female, 66 are male, followed by City of Ekurhuleni, 26%, 46 are female, 53 are male, then 19% from the City of Tshwane, 35 female, and 65 male. And then we have a beautiful anomaly in the West Rand, where 11% of the petitions emanate from, where we have women representing 70% of the petitions and men 33. I mean, it's significant in the sense that women, most of our petitioners that are women face a triple burden, which is being black, female, and being poor. And so when you have women petitioning, it really shows that access, that they can also access the state to lay their issues for resolution. And then Sedibeng, 11%, 33 are female, and 67 are male. And then this is the GPG authority distribution. So this is where the petitions are referred to for responses. So in total, there are 321. 14 have been referred to Department of Education, 9 Department of Health, 7 Economic Development, 2 Infrastructure, 39 Roads and Transport, and vast majority Human Settlement at 219, 18 Social Development, 11 Community Safety, and 2 Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. And these are the municipal petitions, where in the ideal world they should be at Section 79 committees. So these will also have been packaged and will be referred via COCTA for their intervention. So there are 336 that come from municipalities. As you see, it's a huge amount from the total of 657. So these will be going to COCTA for the resolution in, as per the compact, 2 months to map out plans to resolve these. If you then look at the content of the type of petitions we are receiving, and most are RDP in nature, quite a huge chunk of the 1996 C-form candidates, and there's a worrying amount of RDP misallocation petitions. So these are Mam Ndlovu, who was meant to get a house in Extension 14 in Zanzibar, and when she goes to check her house, it's not there. Someone else is living there. So the house is there, but someone else is in the house. So there's a lot of these, the RDP misallocation. And then you get incorrect billing, encroachment, lack of maintenance. So as mentioned, they're very municipal in nature, bylaw infringement issues. And then another batch will be the formalization request. And if formalization cannot happen, they are requesting basic services in the interim. So as you can get a picture that the Petitions Committee is a real barometer of service delivery, and it really pinpoints where the sore points are in service delivery. So Chairperson Letsoalo will cover the six-prong backlog clearance strategy, but I just want to highlight that this part, which is the balkanization, is one of the prongs, the six-prong, where the petitions have been printed and been balkanized, and they will be given to the MECs and the HODs, and there will be a compact entered between the legislature and the leader of government business, and to resolve and map out plans to resolve, and also just map out, because if someone's petitioning for a clinic, it cannot be built in 2 months. So as long as there are plans in place where the petition can be referred to Portfolio on Health, they can then monitor the construction of that particular clinic. So in conclusion, so the committee is very confident that this strategy will go a long way in denting the backlog. And as you can see, there has been demonstrated upward trajectory with the resolution rate from 16.5% in 2019 when the committee assumed its and took the helm of the Petitions Standing Committee, and with the end of this the previous financial year, the resolution rate sits at 48.1%. So there is some movement, but ideally we'd like to have 100% resolution rate. And it's also very imperative, and just perhaps a caveat, is that the committee doesn't control the variables of the close of petitions. It's really dependent, not really, but entirely dependent on the responding authorities to provide progressive reports, either closing it immediately and cutting the sides of the road, or a plan to say we will build a clinic and it has been budgeted in the financial year. So we need those clear reports. So to really close on these historical petitions. Yeah, thank you very much.
You are writing down whatever issues that you like to raise at the end. But now I'm going to give to the chairperson. And then after the chairperson, then the speaker will hand over the bulk of those petitions to the respective departments. And then from there, Untitled Lesufi will make sure that there is the signing and then also making some remarks. Then I'll allow questions later. But for now, let me give the chairperson of the Standing Committee, Ezra Letsoalo, to give you the strategy.
Thank you very much. Everybody here. Well, we at least had a preliminary engagement with representatives of the executive, that is the departments, as well as for coming to listening and carrying this message to where it really resides, and that is with the residents of our beautiful province of Gauteng. Well, in the premise, I think much will have been said by the chair of chairs around the why we're here, the importance of this morning. And of course, we also do want to assert that it's a monumental Monday because we're charting a new way forward insofar as the petitions and landscape is concerned. We really would want to dent this landscape to be more workable for the residents of Gauteng. But that is not to say that nothing has been happening. Historically, the petition system will have been there. Our predecessors will have carried this work diligently. But of course, in our own observation is that the bureaucracy at certain times manifests itself and overshadows this critical work that is carried by the legislature. So we don't want to insulate the legislature, or rather the committee from the legislature, because all parts of the legislature operate as one, you know. So the committee is but part of the whole, which is the legislature. And so we appreciate to their own people. And so this morning, we will have thought we should be able to affirm as ensuring that there's a greater accountability insofar as the program of government, well, at least as it relates to the petitions, is concerned. And so we over time will have sought to analyze what are some of the encumbrances in respect of the functionality of the petitions system. And of course, that will have been preceded by our own comprehension that, well, petitioning is actually a pre-existing right. So it precedes any constitutional makeup. It precedes any form of what we now know as a structured government. And of course, we went a bit back to fathom the essence of why we have got the petitions system. And so we looked into a history, journeyed around in trying to ascertain the significance of this instrumental system. And so we could track it in biblical terms. That when slaves were employed to build up a pyramid, when there were lamentations that would be made to specific religious leaders, ordinarily those masses will have utilized this mechanism. So it might have been an ad hoc arrangement at the time, but be that as it may, it would have been one of the ways in which communities would ventilate their frustrations as well as their concerns. So into ancient Egypt, you find the same thing. You go to China, you will see prehistoric China. You will see the emperor will be petitioned by scores of his peoples. And of course, we looked into where the formalization of the petition system shaped up, which is really in the UK. So one of the movements that you track is the Chartist movement, that advocated for a number of civil liberties as you currently have them. So the right to secret balloting, the right for members of the different legislatures across the world to hold a position, even without the property qualifications, emanates from the petitions system. So just right there, you begin to have an appreciation of the centrality of this instrumental mechanism. And of course, over the years, different states will have adopted this practice, crystallized it into their own government systems as well as programs. And of course, our experience in South Africa is also not unique. One of the fundamentals that will have been propagated by the then architects and drafters of our constitution also appreciated the importance of embedding the petitions system within the articulations of our own constitution. So if you will see they're making a feature under section 1756D, 69D, and right through across the Bill of Rights carries it, that government has got to be accountable to the people. And only in that way can it be a legitimated enterprise. And so we are here this morning because we really want to embolden our efforts at ensuring maximum accountability, at least to those that puts us where we are this morning. So we are here standing before all of you this morning because we carry a higher mandate conferred on us not only by a piece of legislation, but by the peoples of South Africa. But if you bring it closer to home, by the residents of our beloved province. I'm quite excited this morning because we are joined by my predecessor, Mayor Refilo Mogale. Because I want to link the continuum of our work. Yeah. So our work is a subject of a continuum. We are not starting afresh, and neither are we reinventing the wheel. But we are fastening the nails and bolts of the work that would have been carried. But of course, analytically, we will have said at any different epoch, we are forced to pause and reflect. So what might have been workable under a tenure led by Mema Mogale may not necessarily be carried over and still be workable. And so we reflect. And so as the committee in the legislature, we spend a bit of time reflecting on some of the systemic weaknesses plaguing the petitions system. But we went beyond just diagnosing these problems. We said, what are some of the solutions that we can fashion to respond to the shortcomings related thereof? And of course, we then developed what we refer to as the petitions backlog clearance strategy. And this morning, we really want to spend a bit of time just unpacking, so that the membership of the media, because ordinarily there would be questions around what are you doing to resolve this issue or that issue? Why is government not responding to the aspirations of a society? And so this morning we really want to spend a bit of time just trying to unpack that, at least our strategy insofar as the petitions are concerned. But of course, even before we can do that, I think there's got to be an appreciation around why we want to double our efforts insofar as the petitions are concerned. Is that for us, the petitions represent something far unique of an experience for our people. Because it's the only one platform where ordinary masses of our province can be able to access as and when there are lamentations that they would want to make about service delivery related programs carried by government. Of course, I know there would have been temptations in other instances. I'm writing a petition. So you see the significance of petitions. So ordinarily, it's not something that falls within our purview, because the petitions that we deal with are those that only fall within the executive and legislative authority. So that's our competence. But there has been those temptations. Chair, my husband did not come home. I'm writing, you know. And of course, I will have had to facilitate the public education, as in when those kinds of instances arose. But what we then denoted from that experience was that people read into these petitions a system to be a central and instrumental tool to resolve their issues. And so ordinarily, as you will have seen with the previous presentation, people would write to us when they think there's a need for a school to be built in any given community. People will write to us when they think elsewhere in some area there are streets which are untied. Others will then write to us and say, well, I applied for an RDP house in 1999. To date, I've not received this RDP house. Others will also write to us that I want to gain access into some of the social relief packages that you have as the government of the province. So therein, you then ascertain the centrality of the petitions system. That our people place their reliance on this mechanism to resolve their issues. If you ask a question about whether we have been able to resolve those issues, the answer would be a resounding yes. But whether we have done that maximally, the answer may not be as much in the affirmative. And it is for that reason that we thought this morning we need to deal with this uncertain part, so that we inspire confidence on the residency of our beloved province. And so what is the diagnosis that we'll have made? Is that ordinarily, because the Petitions Committee is governed by a unique piece of legislation that we refer to as the Petitions Act, Act 5 of 2000. Is it 2000? 2002. Quite a unique, revolutionary piece of legislation. And by the way, it's only Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and I think KZN that carries this legislation. So what the pioneers? Bomme Refilwe, they were pioneers. Bomme Ntombi, Bomme Sizakele were pioneers in bringing about this evolution of this revolutionary piece of legislation. So ordinarily what you will see is that Western Cape will say, how do you do it? So even Western Cape will say, how do you do it? You know, Northwest will say, how do you do it? You know, so systematically. And so we correspond with our counterparts to really try to assist them to also pay and package in the management of petitions. But in the diagnosis that we'll have made, we said one of the shortfalls is in the style around how petitions enter the system, but also how they get to be managed. And the anomaly there would have been that ordinarily the Act says when you receive one petition, the committee must sit. And the committee adjudicates over a petition. Immediately thereafter, if it adopts, it must refer to the relevant authority. And the relevant authority may mean executive, provincial departments. In other instances, as you will have seen, municipalities as well. Quite an anomalous situation that petitions emanating from municipalities also end up in our own basket. But be that as it may, we are forced to contend with that reality. And so we thought it would appear burdensome, time-consuming, resource-consuming, to a point of our depletion, you know. So the energy that we reserve for those petitions might be depleted sooner than you think. And so we thought one of the ways in which we can push back against the number of petitions that enter the system but do not get to be resolved on time or in time is that we need to arrange them into different groups, balkanize them. And so you will see the first pillar of our strategy is what we refer to as a balkanization. Well, the balkanization here that is written, it's that one of, those European countries. So it should have been in BU, not the balkanization. Yes, not that one. Yes, not that one. So it's a different kind of a balkanization. And so, in respect of the historic petitions, because in essence, we are also contending with historic petitions. Some of them will have entered the system far way back. And so we thought we really need to reset the system so that we build necessary system efficiencies and mobility such that these petitions can get to be resolved. So even if it's a petition that would have been submitted in 2012, we still need to find a way of ensuring that we retrace the petitioners so that we are able to give somewhat of a feedback around how their petitions will have been resolved. But I must just caution, because there's almost a foregone expectation that when somebody submits a petition and it's been processed, the outcome thereof is going to be satisfactory. It's not in all cases. So somebody may raise a petition, we want the hospital. We want the hospital by next week. And of course, that may be not so much practical, an arrangement. And so the committee adjudicates, applies itself around the nature of each and every petition. If it's sensible enough, will then cause of its escalation. And so this morning what you will see, which is the overarching feature of our program, is that this morning we're going to be handing over this great number of petitions to relevant authorities. Of course, the only missing part is the municipalities. There's a unique arrangement that we're going to work around. Safe to say that even their petitions will be channeled through the Department of COCTA as well as a human settlement. So the leadership of COCTA is here this morning to receive these petitions with their register. But of course, that goes to all other departments, that their petitions this morning, balkanized, will be handed over. Because in our own expectation is that it is these responding authorities that must aid us in ensuring that at some point, within a reasonable time frame, we've got answers to all the petitions that will have been submitted with the institution, which is the legislature. But linked to that will be a statement of commitment that will be made by each of the receiving departments, so that they commit themselves on the turnaround time for the resolution of all of these petitions. So we're all putting our necks on the block. So Renale Ntate Mudu from the Premier's office, the acting DG, again. So Ntate Mudu stands in for the Premier this morning. We must ensure greater accountability to the residents of Gauteng. So he's also going to join us as we do the handover. So it's not only just a statement of commitment, but we're actualizing on what is almost expected of us, to be accountable to those that will have put us where we are. So, colleagues, members of the media, that is the first pillar of our strategy, and we thought we needed to navigate that part. So, in essence, what we are saying with the first pillar is that we are no longer doing individual referrals. Because for every one petition that you receive, there's 10 more that enters the system daily. So there's hardly a day that passes without anybody submitting a petition. You know, and this is notwithstanding the nature of the petitions. But daily, there are scores of petitions that trickle into our system. And so we also need to bolster our efforts and pushing back and ensuring that there's a greater responsiveness insofar as those are concerned. The second feature of our pillar related to our strategy is that we also made an observational analysis and looked into the framework or the instrument that governs the manner and form around how we handle petitions. And so we thought much of the encumbrances flow from this framework. And so we ventured into understanding some of the limitations of that. And we excavated quite a number of those. And key amongst them would have been the multiplicity of entry points. That ordinarily, and this is something that we'll have said earlier on, ordinarily, because of the stratification of a government into different spheres, local sphere of government is also imbued with powers to deal with petitions at that level. But in practice, we know that may not necessarily be the case, because as we'll have presented, we've got about 336 petitions, all emanating from the different municipalities that will have projected. And so we say it's an anomalous situation. Because down there are people who earn a salary in the form of the members of the different municipal committees, what you otherwise will refer to as a Section 9 committees. I mean, yes. 79, yes. Section 79 committees. And so, in essence, it means there's an abdication of somewhat of responsibilities to carry this work at that level. Because societies arranged as such, you know, bottom-up configuration. So you have got councillors in different wards, councillors feeding to municipal councils, and so on. But we found that in the normality of their working operations, there's a neglect of this aspect of the work that has got to be carried at that level. And because we are more responsive, we have not been dismissive. We have continued to receive these petitions. But it is those petitions that clogs our system. And so we thought one of the ways in which we can resolve that impasse is by strengthening this piece of legislation. So that even before a petition can be escalated to the province, at least there's a demonstration that somewhat at the level of the municipality, it would have been attended to. And only when a petitioner doesn't find joy there can they then escalate. But secondly, the petitions committee is conferred with unique powers. So the power to subpoena. So ordinarily, we can subpoena a premier, can subpoena Ndade Mutu, can be subpoenaed. So as I stand before yourselves, I'm very powerful. I'm a very powerful person. Can subpoena mayors, MECs, HODs. You see? So when you see them here, it's not a favor. It's one or two things. One of them is that they are being responsive. So we've got a cohort of responsive agents of our government. But secondly, I know they may not necessarily reveal it. But there's also anxiety that, hey, if we don't appear there, this man can subpoena us. But the mechanism has got its own weaknesses, which we also want to strengthen. So that when we test it, it will not have the kind of loopholes that it currently has. And of course, the third thing that we would want to achieve with the review of this legislation is to ensure greater responsiveness by assimilating other provisions that will make it a bit difficult for any responding authority to obviate any of the responsibilities as expected of them to become as responsive. So that is the review of the legislation. Of course, there will be a process that will have at some point communicate. There will be stakeholder engagements about our propositions insofar as the amendment or the review of this legislation is concerned. You must just give me your password. Then the third pillar of our strategy is that ordinarily, as I will have indicated earlier on, the legislature functions as a whole, but with many different parts. And so one of the parts of the institution, which is the legislature, is its committees. So the legislature functions through an array of committees, portfolio committees, as well as standing committees. And so what we'll have found is that the Petitions Committee assumes a central positioning in the body construct of the legislature, which is expected to feed into different portfolio committees because they play oversight over related departments. So where we receive a petition about roads, ordinarily somebody will expect that, will cross-share with the portfolio committee so that they assist us. And that would have been the known tradition in the legislature. But of course, with a bit of weaknesses. In that portfolio committees may at different times expect that there should just be a referral for noting. And we thought, well, this doesn't assist much. We also want them to form a much more involved feature of a follow-through of those petitions. So we just want to strengthen, like we said, we are not reinventing the wheel. Strengthening the feature of the known tradition of the cross-referrals of petitions to portfolio committees. So when a petition is received, the committee not only receives and acknowledges, but it says, let's build up a program to ensure that the relevant or responding authority does account for the petition that will have been referred to them. Because as it stands, because we receive petitions from different segments of our society, it may not be as a practical for us to run around every single department and municipality. We have proven it, and so we will have thought there needs to be a different mindset around how we go about doing it henceforth. And that is why we're saying we're charting a new way forward around how the petitions management processes will have been scripted. So we're scripting them differently, And I'm quite happy here that we have got the chairpersons of the different portfolio committees. We've got the chairperson of economic development, Mayor Fasia Hassan. We've got the chairperson of portfolio committee on social development, Mayor Refuleke Ghana. We've got the chairperson of the portfolio committee on roads and transport, and Tate Greg Schneeman. Who am I missing? Yeah. And of course, others are joining virtually, including all the parts. Our presiding officers, Bondade Mbaba, and the speaker. So when you see the speaker, to get the speaker, it's the speaker is always been requested to attend many things, because she's the speaker. I know, member speaker, Sector Youth Parliament, this morning, we pleaded with you, or no, be with us this morning. And then we've got our MECs, Premier's office. So we're all too appreciative of their presence, including the leadership of the different departments. So we want to harmonize our efforts so that in our resolve to give a confidence to our people, all these moving parts can meet at a point of convergence, so that we don't find an skewed arrangement, which is a fragmented and may easily subvert what we are intending to achieve. Then the fourth pillar of our strategy is what will have at some point been championed by our predecessor, Mayor Refilo Mogale, and her predecessors, that we need to embrace digitized platforms, because society evolves with time. And so we thought, well, we don't want to slacken as well in Gauteng. We really want to be up to date insofar as the use of modern technologies. And so we thought ordinarily the arrangement would be that people have to walk in. So somebody who stays as far as Garangua, for them to submit their petition, they would have to be ferried or take a cab to come to the legislature to submit a petition. And we thought that's quite anomalous and not so much sustainable, especially with the rising living costs. And so how do you then respond to that challenge? We thought the petition system should be able to assist us to maximize the usage of the system itself. And so at some point we developed a prototype from what would have been there. And in the prototype, we impressed that we want a kind of a petition system which has got interoperable features. And what do we mean by that? We want a system where a petitioner submits a petition, real time, that petition can be received by the petitions committee. Real time, the petitioner can be able to track whether the petitions committee will have either rejected the petition or adopted it. Real time, the petitions committee will then refer or escalate to any relevant authority. So it could be a provincial department, it could be a municipality. On real time, the petitioner will then be able to track on whether their petitions would have been received or have been escalated. But also on real time, monitor for themselves when this petition is likely to be resolved. So this petitioner no longer has to pick up a call and call the chairperson or call the committee coordinator. Or this petitioner no longer has to write a follow-up letter to us. And neither do we then have to write another follow-up letter to any responding authority, because we can then be able to track real time through this portal the trajectory of where this petition is. And so we really want to embrace this mechanism on this platform. And so if we can do that in the next 2 years, Madam Speaker, we will have in a way redefined the geo-petitions landscape that will assist our people to utilize the system maximum. But what are the spin-offs of doing that or ushering in this new dispensation? It simply suggests that you may have a mitigation of the manifestation of protests, which are sporadic, because at least you have got a defined platform within which people can ventilate and raise their lamentations. But of course, the system itself, as we will have deposited, it's also a barometer mechanism where you can be able to detect some of the blind spots and fault lines insofar as either planning, coordination, as well as implementation of relevant authorities. So you are not only using it as a complaints platform, but it carries a tool of giving an indication of some of the more prevalent, shortfalls insofar as the coordination or implementation of departmental programs, or even those of the municipality. So quite central, an instrument, I must say. Rabatlo Nkhono, Wadulanko Middlelands, ana le ngwana ka mo ntlong must not have to be burdened, or I must go to the legislature. Because everybody has a cell phone, isn't it? So you can submit a petition by just the use of your own cell phone. So you no longer have to be strained insofar as having to submit any petition. So that is the fourth pillar of our strategy. Then the fifth pillar of our strategy is that ordinarily in the known customs and practice of the legislature, committees do external hearings where they engage with the stakeholders and so on. And so the Petitions Committee is also not insulated from that working arrangement. And so over time, we'll have touched every corner of the province through the hosting of either internal as well as external hearings. And we have read into these hearings to be quite elementary in the work that we do, in that it is the one platform where we get to directly interface with the users of the petitions system, but also community stakeholders generally. And so one of the anathemas of what we'll have had to contend with is that ordinarily we've made an observation that our people are unable to differentiate the different structures of government. They regard government as just a singular enterprise. So when we do these external hearings, you find that somebody might have an impression that, well, they are coming from the municipality. It's an imbizo, even when that may not necessarily be the case. And so we often would have to spend a bit of time running through some public education to try to clarify our people about the separation of powers and so on, how government really works. And we thought there's actually a value add to us coordinating, all those efforts. But the missing part is that ordinarily we carry that work simply on our own. And so we really want to close ranks and tighten our approach. And so we thought we really need to look at a different way of running these hearings, because they are quite crucial. Because at least this is where we see more responsiveness in respect of the different responding authorities. Well, Chair of Chairs, this morning we're not spending a bit of time besmirching the standing of any one department, because in circumspect, departments do really try to resolve petitions on time. But of course, they may not necessarily, on their part, be able to do it within the expected time frame. But rest assured, we are not making any excuses for them. Because on our part, the expectation is that we carry this petition, they are resolved timeously. But even when they don't get to be resolved on the expected time frame, what we at least expect is that there must be a working plan submitted timeously within the prescripts of the legislation around how responding departments will make an effort of ensuring that they become responsive to those petitions. And so this morning we will have urged our senior managers from the different departments that they need to anchor this work. Because the Petitions Committee does not control all the variables pursuant to the resolution of these petitions. And so we then expect that it would be the executive, it would be the municipalities that will assist us through harmonized efforts to really resolve these petitions, so that we inspire confidence in society, so that any one person, irrespective of their standing financial, will know that, well, there is a recourse mechanism, because that is exactly what we are. to offer redress on the issues that we will have raised. And so we want to host an addition of the hearings that we ordinarily would host. So meaning that that might also have to change the internal working arrangements of the legislature, so that we are given sufficiency of time to deal with those. And then lastly, colleagues and members of the media, is that lastly, through these efforts, we've also recognized that much as we are committed on the actualization of all of those pillars, all of that work can actually be undermined when you don't have a fulcrum and army of personnel to assist us in carrying this work. So there are men and women who are part of the administrative team of our committee who play a very crucial role daily, in that they are at the cold face of the reality of having to deal with these petitions. Bomme Jabulile, agarala mona, watla le mone ka blonde. Me Jabulile, bondate simpiwe, who just presented, bo me Nombulelo, and all others. Those that are assisting us with Hansard recording, including some of the officials in the legislature that we usually would harass, Bomme, Monica Vaz, and all of them. And so we thought we should be assisted internally first, but also externally. And we made a unique observation when we traveled out to Angola at some point. Angola presents a very unique petitions system, which ties both the public as well as the private efforts, where private entities will say, well, we really want to assist in these efforts. And we can do that through internship programs, which will capitalize, So you are not only looking into the public, because in essence, the public may not necessarily have all the resources to carry this work, So we then said we need to embark on a drive, initiatives to engage possible partners within the realm of private enterprises, to bring them also close. Because when we respond to these petitions, what we are in essence doing, we are also resolving some of the problems that would have otherwise besetted the private sector. So it's not so much about the public. When you resolve service delivery related issues, you are assisting the private sector to be operational or operative within a much more welcoming, a much more conducive environment. And so we would really want to do that. But of course, we've got to start at home, strengthening the workforce in that Magam. Otherwise, this thing might collapse by its own weight. You see? So the more shoulders we have, you will find that there will be an optimum output insofar as what we'll have set to achieve. So we thought that would be the strategy that will carry us going forward. But of course, as we will have said earlier on, there has been much work that will have been done, and you will see in the presentation before yourselves, we will have inventively been able to force that reporting on petitions becomes a quarterly arrangement by departments. And of course, it's also another area that we will have to strengthen, But also our collaborative work with the parliamentary license officers, we really want to define it properly. Part of the other work that we will have done is that in the analysis or assessment that we will have done of the different municipalities, we found that some of the municipalities do not have a policy framework on the management of petitions. And so, whilst awaiting the review of the petitions legislation, we thought, let's coordinate policy harmonization so that there's a standardized framework across all municipalities. And so we will have developed that framework. Of course, we just held it in abeyance a while to just conclude the review of the petitions legislation, so that the legislation also informs that policy framework, which will standardize our operations, so that the residents of Gauteng, whether they stay from Fos Loras, whether they are from Mfuleni, whether they are from Mabopane, whether they are from Winsetville, whether they are from Katlehong, whether they are from Soweto, whether they are from Ivory Park, will know. And and Duduza. Duduza, Zakane, Nigel, Al Rapag, all of those, will have confidence that at least there is a platform, there is a mechanism that can accentuate our voices. Because ordinarily, this system is utilized by people who may not have the financial means to seek a redress anywhere else. They are unable to pay for the exorbitant legal costs where they seek a recourse. And so the petitions mechanism provides that recourse for them. So if you will, the petitions system is an enabler. It accentuates their voices. And these are the voices of people who ordinarily may possibly go unheard if we don't have these kinds of revolutionary mechanisms. So let me thank you very much for listening in, paying attention. I hope and trust that this is the message that we will carry outside, so that more and more of our people can utilize this system maximally, as opposed to resolving on other alternative ways of protest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now that moment has arrived. I'm saying that moment because now we are reaching climax of this workshop. The moment of handing over bulk referrals. And I classify it as a moment because the chair has indicated that there are legal consequences. If you don't respond to this, there are legal consequences. I said your non-responsiveness is a criminal offense. This is the moment. And I'm going to hand over to the speaker, and those departments, she will indicate in terms of the way they've been structured, where we hand over the bulk of referrals to various departments. Now, the signing of the compact will give it to Mira Luoko. She's the one, that's for the commitment. So for now, without any waste of time, let me hand over to Me Ntombi Mekwe, the speaker.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm so privileged to be invited by the chairperson of the Petitions Committee. He forgot to relate a story that I once told him when he spoke about the kinds or the nature of the petitions that we received. I remember Mukhali was still in the Petitions Committee, but we were not the chair at the time, and I was in the executive. I went in there, it was on a Saturday, because as departments ordinarily would go to the Petitions Committee. And there was this gentleman that I respected so much, an elderly person, who kept on saying, he had an issue with the department wherein his ID was used to give somebody else a house. And the whole team from the department was around. I said, okay, now that I'm here as an executive authority of the department, can I have your ID so that I can go there, ask the HOD to check while I am there so that I supervise? We took more than 2 hours trying to get just an ID. At the time when some of the people who were there were actually saying, but this is not on, if this gentleman can't actually produce an ID, because the purpose of the petition system is to assist citizens. And the citizens that were there, or the petitioners, were saying, he must just leave the house. We're in Gauteng in the hall there. And he started saying, he stood up and he said, I was joking. 2 hours. I'm trying to relate a story, which is a true story, as an MEC then of Human Settlement and Local and COGTA. That is what we were subjected to. And I know that many colleagues will not know those things. When the petitions come in, we think that all of them are petitions. Also, when I was in the Department of Health, we pick up a story. There was no complaint, but the complaint was in the first page of the Star newspaper. When we read that, I called the team. I said, let's follow up. We don't have to wait for this person to complain. We followed through, called the person, we met just to understand the nature of the problem. We tried to resolve it, although it was internal challenges. But also that gentleman also had a challenge because he did the work in the department without being authorized. Now he wanted to be paid. Yeah, these are the type of complaints that we received. But nonetheless, we reached an agreement, tried to resolve the matter. It was because I was the MEC for Health between 2010 and 2012. 2014, when I was just appointed, I was just 3 weeks in office as the Speaker at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I received a letter from the then Public Protector who said, Speaker, because we share the public participation platform, can you help me to resolve this matter? Remember this matter, I resolved it 4 years down the line. So some of the petitioners, they will go to 3-4 departments trying to resolve the same matter. You will close it here, but it will appear somewhere else. I even said, fortunately, the person that I was working with in the Department of Health was now working with us, although in a different capacity at the legislature. I said, let me call this gentleman so that I can prove to you that this matter was dealt with. When we called the gentleman just laughed and said, that matter was long resolved. Because at times when you resolve the matter at a particular point, the people don't go and tell the others to say, I've made this complaint, this matter has been resolved. Now we're left with this bulk. I think these are not, I know that, Chair, these might not be all of them. But we're going to hand those that were there for quite a long time. You will be surprised that some of them are with the Public Protector, some of them are in the office of the Premier, some of them are in the office of the President, some of them are in the offices of the mayors. And we'll just try to take blood out of our own flesh to ensure that we resolve, only to find that somewhere, somehow, this matter has been resolved. Hence, the new strategy and the new approach that has been developed by the Petitions Committee. And I want to really thank you, Chair, for having taken this initiative, because every time we go to any platform, people will say, but this legislature is not helping us. And as I'm going to hand over, DG, you know that our petition system is so strong. It will be said that you will be the first person to be brought before the courts if those matters are not resolved. While we are still acting, we want to see those things being resolved. I think it does. It's just that at times when you try to resolve matters, you want to actually use all available avenues to ensure that we don't want the court to be the last arbiter for us to go there. So we will call the departments. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Then we're not just handing over because we want to take away the task from ourselves. As we hand over, we're going to have proof that we've handed over. The relevant subcommittee will have to ensure that they also follow through on those matters, because as the legislature, we're also accountable. Remember, I also account to OCPOL. And the OCPOL committee, when we go there, they will say, Speaker, Secretary of the Legislature, we have this backlog, what are you doing about it? So I account on behalf of the Petitions Committee in OCPOL. When I go there, I must tell them today that we are handed over so many of those petitions. Then when I'm brought before this OCPOL subcommittee, I need to say these have been resolved. So MEC, you will help us. Oh, okay. Today, I didn't know. So can you call the departments, the Department of Human Settlement and COGTA, Ms. Mbanjwa, to sit there. The Department the Department of Education, Mr. Edward Musue. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, there's a representative. The Department of Roads and Transport, Mr. Darion. Doctor. Now you represent. Oh, Darion, Dr. We are here. The Department of Social Development. The MEC says she wants to be there herself. In fact, in terms of our Petitions Act, it says the executive authority. Yeah. So the executive authorities, authorities hold them accountable for the work that is going to be done. Can you all sit there? Okay, we'll start with COGTA. And in COGTA, we're also handing over petitions that must go to local government, City of Joburg. And the acting DG, MEC Ralehoku, will also sign on behalf of the leader of government business.
I know it's 290, but yeah, it's 290. Yeah. The human settlement. Yeah. Maybe let's announce it so that we
For human settlement or
for human settlement.
but this is COGTA first. Or is it the total?
Yeah, you know what is happening? They are coming from municipalities, but they are raising human settlement related issues.
So all the batches are already the backlog editors.
Yeah,
Okay.
how many?
Does that include the COGTA part? For COGTA, we're having 336 petitions. For human settlement is 219. And as you can see at the back, there's a box of those petitions that after this, they are going to be handed over. So Ms. Manja will sign, or the chair first?
Yeah.
It's the same copy. You sign twice.
Oh, we signed two.
Yes, please.
Or this one is ours.
Yes, you sign for human settlement.
Education. And then we cover in that order.
Covered.
Thank you. You can
So the department leaves with one, isn't it?
yeah.
I don't have a cover. Maybe you can take
No,
this one.
take this one.
Roll for him, thing. No, I don't have a movie. No, nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm done with the
Yes. And call on the next defense.
education. Exactly.
Department of Education.
Education is responsive.
Department of Education, it's 14. And the chair says Department of Education is responsive. That's the reason we have very few. Even now, the MEC is in the portfolio committee trying to answer some of the questions, including some of the petitions that we're handing over.
There's 14.
Yeah, it's 14. I mentioned that. Can you say?
What is it? Yes, sign this one. You must sign this one.
It is, and then it says roads.
You'll keep a copy. Yeah, so that one will be your copy.
Bring the one for us.
Okay, this will be ours. You must shake the hand of the speaker. The other one is. There we go.
Thank you for being responsive. Yeah, thank you. The next one is roads and transport. We have 39 from the roads and transport.
Ceremonial.
There's your badge. But there's actually other ones over there at the back. So if you can sign this one, this will be our copy.
These are potholes petitions. Or in the taxis, yeah.
Yeah, Monday. So that one you will keep.
Okay. You can take those. Yeah.
I'll show you now.
Yeah,
Okay, this is
Thank you very much, Judy.
come open.
Simpi, come and do this thing.
Just give you my password.
Dilo tse. Re na le register, re tlo le fa register.
Social development, it's 18, not bad, and I'm told that they once received and they responded, even in the portfolio committee. Keep it up, HOD, and the MEC is here as well.
Martin. We are going to.
Clearly one MEC. For social grant, I know it's grants as well, and MEC for grants. And ECD, yeah.
Yeah, they are education. Are we, was that all of them?
And then at the back, we have all badges, which we're handing over to the leader of government for all municipalities. For all GPGM, for the entire provincial government.
What do you mean?
All
Refugee
departments.
department.
We gave them 4 ceremonies, and then for all of them.
Oh, all of
I
them.
think we've got like 3 equipment infrastructures.
Okay. Others, because there are not so many, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, only 2. Department of Community Safety, it's 11. Department of Infrastructure is 2. I know that the chair also, who's also the chair of the, who's also a member of the Petitions Committee is here. Department of Economic Development, 7. Department of Health is 9. Yeah, I think that's all. The total that we're handing over, it's about 321. And what we are going to be doing, the leader of government business, because he is supposed to be assisting us to ensure that all departments are responsive, will also receive the copies. And it's surprising that health, they only have 9.
So yes. Where's their letter? No, but why do you do that? Okay.
Oh, this one must
Okay. So maybe just do a handshake simulation. Oh, let her come. Yeah. And economic development. Oh. Just the side. Just the. Come. No, you can come. No, she must come. I don't announce, and then you will do the handshake.
The Department of Economic Development, there are 7, they are there at the back. Thank you, HOT, for being here. Okay. Community safety. The HOT for community safety is here. We only have 11. And I'm told that they are also responding to this.
It's a commitment. This sports. Let's check.
Who is from sports? Although it's only 2. Department of Sports. They're not here, but it's only 2 anyway. It's not a lot. Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. Yeah. No, I think we have covered all. Yeah. No, thank you. I think we covered all. Then the copies are going to be handed over to the leader of government business, the acting one, which is about 321 for today.
She must make a statement.
657. The total is 657.
If we can all pay attention, we are going to receive a brief remarks from DID. Where is it? Oh, I think there's one that we will have missed.
Oh, DID, okay. DID is because it's 2, that's why I didn't call them. But it will be important that it must be seen that we handed over. Okay. Thank you very much. The total distribution is 657 of this bulk referral. Yeah. So, the leader of government business, if you can just make an announcement or comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think on behalf of the leader of government, Mr. Lesufi, we will definitely make sure that we do a follow-up to all the government departments. We will be sending letters reminding them to respond on the petitions, because it's one important arm of government that we should respect, Madam Speaker. I know where I'm acting now already, I'm organizing that we are going to have a meeting, and I want to appeal to all the PLOs here. Tell your bosses to have meetings with HODs and relevant people that are responsible with those petitions and clear them. Let's not wait for a meeting that Madam Speaker will call us again and indicate that we should be responding on petitions. This is part of our responsibility as government. And I'm sure you have seen in the table where the chairperson was presenting where we should be correcting even the regulation that we have. And we agree with you. I know that the legislature had a problem of capacity. And as government, we can't complain about capacity for not responding to petitions. We must respect ourselves and make sure that if the legislature is giving us some work that we must respond on, let's do it, colleagues. And I'm happy that HODs are here. We are here, some of us as MECs. Lakona leya mosha. Nini kanye banga responding to petitions. and you don't want to listen. We are here as MECs and HODs to ensure that we correct what we have been doing. It's not right that the legislature had to stop today of not functioning and come and tell us tell us about our work that we should be doing. We must have shame about what has happened today. We're not proud, Speaker, that you left the whole institution and be with us today to tell us to do something that we should know that we must be doing on a daily basis of responding to any issue that comes from the citizens of this country. So thank you so much, and we really want once again to apologize to yourselves for doing this. I think it will not happen again. I will tell MEC to tell MECs in their respective departments to respond. On my side as the acting MEC for Health today, I am going to have a meeting tonight to respond to all those petitions. Definitely by next week, you will get clearance from our side as the Department of Health. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Handing back to the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that commitment. And the Speaker, thank you for the role that you played in handing over this bulk of referrals. And now, as I indicated, I'm going to allow for engagement for all the presentations that have been made and what we have witnessed today. I'm going to hand over this session to Melisiro to facilitate this session with the media. You are at liberty to engage freely. Melisiro.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyani. We are now opening the session up to members of the media who are present here in the room. If you could indicate by a show of hands, if you are from a media house and you are here by now invited to present your questions regarding the proceedings from this morning. I know we have 6 online. I'm not sure if there's any present in the room. We had a report of 8 media people earlier. Any of you present in the room, if you could lift up your hand. And if you'd like to ask a question, please do so at this time. Yes, sir, the gentleman in the suit. Identify who you are, which media house you represent, and your question, and if you have a specific presiding officer or MEC that you'd like the response from, please also do indicate.
Morning, my name is Sabelo Masinga from Singaline Online Magazine. I've got 2 questions. One for Community Safe and the MEC of Economic Development. When it comes to, when you look at what is happening on these shootings that we're having, what is that the Department of Community Safe is going to do to minimize or to eradicate these killings? That's the first question. For the MEC of Economic Development, looking at these load sheddings.
Maybe let's maybe just to assist so that we don't steer off. We may just have to differentiate because this is a legislature program born out of the petitions that will have been submitted with us. Of course, the issue that you are raising is a topical one, quite crucial one. But the difficulty is that it doesn't fall within the ambit of our program for the day. I'm sure at some appropriate time, those relevant departments will then be able to speak on those specific issues. So the appeal is that we just structure ourselves, in respect of the issues that will have been presented in this, media briefing. Otherwise, we may not necessarily have those answers.
Lastly, this is for the education department. As how then you're going to build schools in, because one of the areas is one of the areas that the petitions or it was to build the schools. It's there's no way you can find what's called land on that area because there's informal settlement. How are you going to do that? Thank you.
Okay, again, as Honorable Letsoalo has indicated, it's a service delivery question which you'll direct to the department concerned, the Department of Education. But regarding the petition process, you have a specific question?
So, can you switch off? I want to give guidance. Can you switch off? I want to give guidance.
Thank you. Right.
Oh, you're on. Oh, okay. Colleagues, I want to just to reinforce what the chairperson of the Petitions Committee just said now. Even how they are going to build the school, we are not even sure whether in the petition there's a specific question about a particular school. But that question, let's wait for the departments and the MECs to say, out of the 12 petitions that they've received, how are they, for example, the acting MEC for health commented to say the petitions that they have received, they are meeting tonight. Because now you want to divert us to a program of the department, whereas we're the legislature. I'm sure this is not an ordinary imbizo. It's about us handing over petitions. And I think we want to be jealous, Chairperson and the presiding officers, to say this is the legislature. And offer us space to say, in terms of how people are engaging with us, this is how we're responding. And in our response, let's hold the departments accountable in terms of the petitions, unless we are saying there is this particular petition which the departments are just receiving them now, they still need to engage, meet, and come back to us. But if we are going to ask questions specifically on, the departments in terms of their service delivery matters, in so as far as the schools are concerned, I think we are actually shortchanging us. Yeah, please, colleagues.
So the process is clear. We'll only restrict ourselves to the petitions and the processes that were outlined today. And the questions will be directed to the presiding officers of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I'm sure that now we are quite clear to proceed. The gentleman in the red hat.
Thank you. My name is Nikele. I'm from College News. Before I ask any question, I'll put it to the entire House that I think it's very, very important and vital that we should work on a plan on how to educate and advise the citizens of the province on how to go about in writing or submitting a petition. This will, if I may tell you, this will entail maybe we need to sit down with the communications of the legislature, communication department, to say maybe we should write 5-piece article that will educate the masses on how to go about, because there's a lot of problems that are encountered by citizens in this province, but some people don't even know how to write a petition. And then some of them don't even know where to take the petition to. Does it go to civic politicians or active politicians? It's just a comment. And then coming to my questions now. Can someone tell us what is the time frame for responding to a simple general petition? That's question one. Someone mentioned that some petitions end up at the legislature instead of the council chambers. Can someone elaborate on that as well? Why? And then I think, last question. The past 2 seasons were in the height of COVID-19. I just want to find out, did that also affect the handling or the management of petitions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll also take the 2 hands at the back.
My name is Lungane Mhlongo from KCFM. Firstly, I would like to know, we have seen that Chairperson Letsoalo has been going around the province, engaging the public about petitions. I want to find out how has been the reception from the residents since they are, taking this program to the residents. Are they responding? How are they responding to the education that you are giving about the processes of petitions? But secondly, we've seen that there are municipalities that, sometimes do not respond to petitions, submitted by the residents. In terms of separation of powers, what is likely to happen going forward? I know that the chairperson spoke about criminal offenses. Who should be charged and how is that going to go about? But lastly, in terms of these petitions, 657, are we sure that after 2 years they will be cleared? And if not, what are the outcomes thereafter? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll pause for now and to allow the chairperson to respond, and then we'll take another round. Honorable Letsoalo.
Oh, yes. Okay. So thank you very much for all those questions. I truly appreciate it. Let me maybe start with the questions asked by Tate Xele on on facilitation of a public education. Of course, I did mention earlier on that we have found that as part of our undertaking to host external hearings in the main, our program is structured to also make that a feature. So we ordinarily would start off by attempting to explain the complexities of how government is structured. And of course, in the same vein, we would also strive to navigate those that would be attending our meetings around how and when petitions can be submitted. But of course, we even go beyond what would normally be expected. Because in other instances, we even share our own contact details. So that if there's any one person who is in attendance in our meeting, there may not necessarily be a petition, but they may have a keen interest of wanting to register a petition. So ordinarily we'll navigate them through the process, including presenting applicable forms for them to submit. But as we usually would do, we even would share, our handles in the legislature, including the contact details. And so we go above the call of a duty in doing that. And then you also asked a question about the time frame for responses. Our work is governed by what I earlier indicated to be the Petitions Act. And so if you read through the Act, it stipulates time frames from when and how a petition, should be resolved. And ordinarily, the legislation would say, upon receipt and then referral, the relevant authority must be given the initial 20 working days. So there's an initial 20 working days. And then furthermore, as you read it, it will say there will then be an addition of 10 working days. So in essence, the turnaround time is supposed to be 30 working days. But what we do know in practice is that possibly it may not necessarily be as practical to respond to the petition with a satisfactory results within the 30 days. And so in our objective interpretation of that provision, we then will have communicated with relevant authorities that what we expect within that 30 working days is at least a working plan around how that petition will be resolved including reasonable time frames. So reasonable time frames means anything between a day and 3 months. So that is what we work with. Ordinarily, we will work with 90 days within which a petition is responded to. And then, yeah. Yeah. So it's 90 days, actually. COVID-19 did affect our working operations. As you will appreciate, quite a great number of people were accustomed to doing walk-ins in the legislature to do manual submissions of petitions. Now, with the closure of the legislature for that duration, it meant we needed to adopt a different way of how petitions could be submitted. And so, in the genius of the administrative team, they then came up with an email at which all petitions could be submitted. So there's a digital form that you can populate and then email. Of course, the limitation would have been that in other instances, people could not upload supporting documentation. But then we would have a way of following up in those kinds of cases where we will have required, supporting documentation. And then, oh yes. So there are those, this is your third question. Why is it that there may be other petitions at, different municipalities? Or rather, why would we have petitions which ordinarily may be attributable to municipalities? There are two things there which we draw to be the connotation. One of them is the failure in the system. So the possible failure in the system. And that is why I will have also suggested that there may be somewhat of an abdication of the responsibility that has got to be carried by those that are designated at the local sphere of government. But secondly, in our own analysis of what could be the problem is that you find that at different epochs, there are transitional arrangements that comes about. So if you have regard to 2021, you will have had a newer cohort of people being ascended into the different Section 79 committees. Now, the municipality may not necessarily provide a specified training for them to understand the terrain, which is the petitions environment. And so they struggle for much of their time to appreciate the kind of work that they would have to carry. But in between that, there are synapses. And those synapses implicates the perception of a people wanting to submit the petitions. And so ordinarily they read into that situation that it doesn't seem that we are finding favor at that level. And so for them, the next course of action would be that let's go and submit at the province. You see? And so that would account for why at the level of the province, we have to contend with the petitions that will have ordinarily have to be dealt with by municipal committees.
Legislation doesn't block people.
Oh yes, and of course the laxity of our legislation is also that it's open-ended. Anybody can submit a petition. So long as it can be demonstrated that they are ordinarily resident within our boundaries as this province. And that is but one of the things that we are trying to fix, the multiplicity of entry points. How do you structure the entry of petitions? Because we play oversight mainly on provincial departments, with an exception of a COGTA that plays oversight in return over municipal entities. But what we find, which is quite an anomalous situation, is that somebody will skip the ward councillor, skip the municipality, go and raise an issue about grass cutting in their communities to the province. You see, another one may raise a petition about a sewer blockage. And ordinarily we have got dedicated committees at the level of the local sphere of government. But we find that there's that bypass. And so with the review of the legislation, we're trying to deal with those loopholes. And then, yeah, maybe Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think the idea of saying there should be an engagement with our communications unit, I think for me that's key, because media will actually help us to actually reach out, because many of our citizens, they read, they listen to community radio stations, and using this media platform will actually enrich the work that we do. And especially from community media, I think the last time we had what is called the network session that we normally have was, no, where we were. I think there was a workshop, May, but there was another session shortly before SOPA. So we owe you that session now that we are 6 months down the line after we had an engagement. I think that will also help as well. But what we want to say is that our attitude that we have developed is that let us use every available platform to ensure that we reach out to our people, because some of them might not be aware of the act. Some of them might be frustrated not knowing what to do or who to contact when they want to submit. But some of them might not even know what is a petition. So let us strengthen our work, and we rely on all stakeholders, including the media and everybody else, to ensure that we reach out. I think the Director for Communications is here, Melisiho. You will actually assist in taking up that matter and giving guidance. But I think my attitude is that it is the responsibility of all 73 members of the legislature to ensure that we educate the public as well. We need to reinforce that in every platform that we have. When this committee says we are going to this community or meeting these stakeholders, that element of educating the citizens on how to use the legislature, for me, it's key and it's important, and it's something that we've been telling our chairpersons to ensure that they actually reach out and educate the public. We need to reinforce that, Chair of the petitions. The question of saying why are people not going straight to municipalities, I think there could be various reasons as well. Some of those have been covered by the Chair. But from the Gauteng Speakers Forum, we are aware that some of their public participation policies are outdated. It's something that we said to all the speakers, relook and review so that we meet the current challenges. I know that some of them were adopted. I was the speaker in Egurlane that time, in Joburg. Nandi Mayetula Khoza was because we were workshopped on the Gauteng Petitions Act at the time. Then went back because we can't have our own laws, but we actually work within that space, and we are going to continue encouraging our speakers to ensure that the public participation policies is reviewed. But the chairperson of the Petitions Committee has a standing item or invitation to attend all the Gauteng Speakers Forum meetings, so that the speakers must understand and be able to actually assist us in doing that. But remember also, the speakers will be custodians of the public participation policies or processes, but the content lies within the executive. They are not structured like we have, like we do at the provincial level. So at times it could be issues of inaccessibility, either of those that they've elected or even the officials that are supposed to be helping them. But working with municipalities, so I think including some of the stakeholders, the NGOs, CPOs, the churches, and whoever has an interest in this, we should actually work together to ensure that we assist. Even you as a media, if you feel that there's an issue, there is nothing wrong. I'm sure even the media must be educated so that you are able to help us, because you are our partners and you can actually help. I think there are many issues, Mr. Tele, that you normally bring to our attention. And I'm sure even other media platforms, please do so. You are our friends. You are not our enemies. Let's ensure that this, because you know what is good about the public participation policies and the petition system, it is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. We are obliged, because there was never a platform of engaging citizens prior to 1994. So we're all obliged. Therefore, let us ensure that we do that by doing, but also ensuring that we reach out. And what is also good is that you can write a petition in any language. At times you can even speak the petition, not even write it, because you know that some of the citizens might be, you know, afraid to write because they can't read and write. But they can, because many of our children do have gadgets, they can actually speak their problem, and that therefore becomes a petition that needs to be sent to us for further engagement. So you don't have to write it, but you can also ask any person to write it for you, and it will therefore be a petition. It will never be disregarded as not being important. So just to strengthen what the chair has responded on. But the network session, Chair, in our next network session with the media director, the chair should actually be invited in that platform. Thank you.
I think also a question from Ndate Sello from Kasi FM. Well, I've had the privilege of going to Kasi FM on a number of occasions. And so the reception, yeah, so yeah, maybe let's excuse, sure. Maybe let's excuse the speaker. I think there's another commitment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much. Yeah, as we respond to that question, so the question being about what has been the reception on our engagement with the different communities. I must say, I think our reading of our interactions with the different localities has been somewhat insightful, if I could say, in that we could be able to assess, I mean, the state of despair around a great number of issues. And earlier on, I will have also indicated that quite unfortunately, there are those issues that may be beyond us. But it doesn't mean it relinquished us of the responsibility of guiding what could possibly be done to try to remedy those, situational occurrences at that level. And of course, in our further reading into it, it's that we needed to mount this facilitation of public education. Because there's quite a number of issues that ordinarily when we do these external hearings, people would raise, which may not fall within the ambit of the committee. But because our public representatives, we have got an inherent responsibility of navigating our people through the different facets of how government works and the kind of intervention. So it went beyond our mandate. But if I were to say, the reception has been rather affirmative, quite welcoming. And that is why to date, we have continued to carry the same programs across the spread of Gauteng. So at some point, we will have been in Kurle, in Foslo. We then came back again into the same region. We will have gone to Tshwane twice. We will have also done Sidibeng twice. We will have done the West Rand. We have done, Joburg. We are again coming back to Joburg. So we really try to do and cover as much ground as we possibly can, so that nobody may feel, neglected may even argue that they are unable to access, the legislature. So we really try to make sure that we're as readily available as we possibly can be. But we're quite happy with the feedback, and that is why in our own formulation, we'll have recommitted our efforts at doing more. So there has been much that has been done, but we thought more still needs to be done in ensuring that there's a greater responsiveness on the issues that will have been raised through the petitions system. And then the last question, so I sort of journeyed the terrain of the Petitions Act a bit earlier on. That this morning we will have said we're handing over, we're expecting that the departments need to be responsive with it. So we've given them 2 months within which to feedback. But of course, we are also imbued with legislative powers, And these powers are also consistent with those conferred by the Constitution. The Speaker just said now that our handling of petitions is actually a constitutional imperative. So it's born and informed from the Constitution. Such that if we don't find joy, it may mean we invoke those powers. And that is why earlier on when we started, we said, hey, we may even lose some friends in the process. Because in the execution of this responsibility, we can't be blindfolded from seeing when some departments are not fulfilling their own responsibilities. So we can't be complacent. And that is why we have said we're all putting our necks on the block. Because each of us, in respect of their different designations, carry a specified mandate, which is informed by a plethora of those legislations. And so when one fails, it can be that you must have a domino effect. Because when one fails, another one must be a bulwark to say, hey, you have failed. Let's look into corrective measures. And what are those corrective measures? We draw from the powers of the Petitions Act. Invoke those provisions that empower us to summon relevant authorities or whichever senior manager in those departments, including municipalities, to come and account. If needs be that we do it, through an open public arrangement, we are going to do that. Through the very same hosting of these external hearings, we'll summon people, they will have to account, so that we'll then give a bit of comfort to the users of the petitions system. I think those are all the questions that I will have recorded.
Yes, Chair, that is largely the essence of the questions in the previous round. May I have another round, please, the concluding round. We do have other engagements to proceed to and lunch shortly, so this will be the last round. Yeah, yes, sir? 2 hands. Oh, 3. Okay, I'll start with you.
Colin Hans from Josie FM. Chair, my only concern is, isn't there a mechanism to stop the duplication of issues? There are times where you have dealt with the matter 4 years ago. It appears one way or the other again. So are we not keen to bring up a mechanism that can really say this issue has been dealt with? And how do we see to it, or education becomes key in the whole matter that are dealing with petitions? Because at the end of the day, you find it end up perceived as a political issue, or maybe electioneering of some sort. Because how you come into public is so close to elections, it's so close to by-elections, it's so close to a whole lot of things that are not supposed to be part and parcel of your journey towards going into communities. Or maybe Another question could be, are you not ready to spend a bit of money to exhaust the avenue of community radio? I mean, look at community radio stations combined, 10 million listeners, even more. So are we not keen to do such things to say, plant the seed where it's necessary? Because there are times when we listen to commercial radio stations, we find your ads there and say, okay, are they given the real opportunity? Or is 2 seconds talking, DJ talks and pass, you spend money there. Why don't you spend your money in community setting?
Okay, next question.
Good afternoon. My name is Happy from Ezra Media. Chair, can I ask what is the measure if any departments that have received the petitions not respond in time?
Okay, the last question. Thank you.
Right, from Chosen News again. You know, I'm trying to understand here, it's just for clarity. Cross-referrals, Chair, of petitions. Can you elaborate more and give us an example of how do you guys do that? Because I can give you a practical example here. Here's a pending issue in the townships. Community safety and education department have a recognition agreement or a memo of understanding to say all the school cards will be paid so much at the end of the month. Now, community safety says, but first month, there's what they call a dry run, meaning that you're working for nothing. But education department is not aware of that. So, and people are cheesed off, and I can tell you now, there's a big petition that is going to be handed to GPL, carrying that grievance. So can you just explain how do you handle that cross-referrals? Thank you.
I'll have Grace for you, the gentleman at the back. One last question, and then you two. All right, 2 more questions, and then I think that will bring us to a close on questions for today.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, it's Lungane Mhlongo from KCFM. Chair, out of 657 petitions that you have, which department has most petitions? And how will the legislature assist in terms of monitoring capacity and perhaps budget allocation where it's needed? But also, we used to see before that the legislature used to have public hearings where there will be authority this side, community leaders this side, where they are all called in one room to answer questions. I would like to see that. Maybe last question is that, is it possible one day in Gauteng to have a slogan by the legislature that says, less protest, more petitions? Thank you.
Mpo, All Africa Media. I feel that our questions are not being answered, but it's fine. I just want to find out what is the legislature putting into place in terms of the community being able to submit a petition. Petitions are coming to legislature because the community goes to your municipalities, the community goes to your different departments, but nothing gets done. Are you guys realizing that? Are there mechanisms in place for that? And please, I feel there is a need for a session where the community is then educated on how they can submit all these petitions. And lastly, just quickly, is there an email address? I've checked on your website, you can upload your petition, but is there an email address for those that are techno-challenged?
Thank you. That concludes the questions we'll take for today, and I'll now hand over to Honorable Letsoalo to respond.
Mpo is a bit controversial. She says we have not answered her questions. Maybe let's start with her, so that which question, member? Yeah, but you can't say that.
Just be controversial for the sake.
I think we're quite elaborate. I mean, even the speaker ventured in to respond. Maybe let's get your specific questions that you feel have not been responded to.
I think the specific question is the gentleman with the red hat wanted a more in-depth process on how petitions can be submitted. You've highlighted that it used to be manual, and then it was then you can upload. For those that can't upload, there's an email address. We are still waiting for that. Well, I'm still waiting for the email address. That's one of those.
Yeah, you see, it comes as a secondary question, which I had to respond to. So your assertion may have been a bit unfair. Because there's no way we can call you here and waste your time and not respond to your questions. There's just no way. The moment we invited members of the media, we opened ourselves to engaging earnestly on all of these issues. But maybe let me start with the first one raised by Ntate Colin. And I'm quite happy because I've interacted with Ntate Colin quite a lot on the very same issues. The resurfacing of petitions, or duplication. Well, my take on it is that it might be unavoidable. So we strive to ensure that there is no duplicity of petitions. But you then have got to analyze the character of some of the petitioners and how they would prefer to have their petitions been heard. So somebody submits a petition at the level of the municipality. On the same day, submits with the province. Same day, takes it to the public protector. Same day, takes it to a law clinic. Same day, takes it to the premier's office. Also takes it to the relevant department. You see? But of course, the legislation, if you read through it, says where we establish that this petition is serving elsewhere. So even if it's serving in a court of law, if it's serving, in the office of the public protector, we can't duplicate. So ordinarily we would advise petitioners that this thing resides elsewhere. And because we don't want to preempt how it may be resolved in another forum, we may not necessarily accept it. And that is why there's also a feature of a rejection of a petition. Simply on the count that it might be entertained at a different platform, particularly your Chapter 9 institutions. So if somebody has submitted a petition which resides with those, we may not necessarily take it up as the petitions committee. But what we do know in essence is that, unfortunately, other things are just about the disposition of how people really think their issues can be heard more, And that is why you will find people wanting to submit across the board. Unfortunately, we don't have a safeguard mechanism of knowing when a person submits a different multiple points. Safe to say, what we do know is that when somebody has submitted a petition with the municipality, we will know. You see, when somebody has submitted it with NCOP, we will know. Because we cross-correspond as aligned, or the legislative sector, if you will. And then I agree with you. I mean, quite central is the issue around education. Harnessing educational programs for our people to have an appreciation of the working arrangement as related to the petitions system. And then with regards leveraging the use of community radio stations, I think that is but one of the issues that we will have buttressed. And to date, what we now have as an arrangement is that 70% of the legislature's media budget is actually, spent on community radio stations. So it's not by accident that the bulk of the media houses that are here are community radio stations. Because that is exactly what we prefer. It's a rarity to find us running to commercial radio stations. Because we prefer yourselves. Because this is where our people are tuned. You know, so our people may not necessarily be as keen to listen to other, you know, known radio stations. But they would be keener, you know, to tune in into yours. And so we see community radio stations as playing a pivotal role. And that is why without fail, we have continuously interacted with yourselves, even today. You see? So I agree with you. Possibly there might have to be a maximization of that budgetary spend. So we may have to carry it beyond the 70%. While it's something that the decision makers in the legislature will have to apply themselves to. But we are quite excited because when we ascended office, this is one of the overarching issues that we'll have raised with yourselves. That there has to be a turnaround and prioritization of the community radio stations. Because those are nodal points of you know, communication. And they have demonstrated you know, efficiency in carrying our message as the legislature, but I suppose government as a whole. Going back to Ntate, the measures of a non-response, I think I touched on that. In that the Petitions Act gives us powers. We've got those powers. Previously, we will have tested them. There are MECs that we have summoned. There are HODs that we will have summoned to appear. So those are the powers that we are imbued with. Such that when they are non-responsive, we can call for them to appear before the committee. Or in other instances, even before the external hearings that we usually would undertake. But beyond that, the legislature has got other unique mechanisms. So you can even pose a question in the House. So the House, meaning where ordinarily would convene as the entirety of the or membership of the legislature with you know, all the departments. We can ask specific questions related to the non-responsiveness of petitions by relevant departments. We can also render statements, so we can make statements on the failures of any executive authorities to respond to petitions. Of course, the issue that you raise about the cross referral, on our part, the platform then becomes petitions. So it's not about general issues. What I suspect you to be referring to is intergovernmental relations arrangement where there will be that cross correspondence between what you will have posited, Department of Education, community safety. So there will always be that point of convergence in them carrying those conversations about how to harmonize their work. But the cross referrals that we are talking about are really just about the petitions and are internally about the legislature, where one portfolio committee refers to another portfolio committee, so that we double our efforts at resolving specific issues that will ever came about through the petitions system. I really hope that answers that question. And in that, the bulk of petitions, why? So which department accounts for the, you know, bulk of petitions or more of those petitions? I think in the presentations that we'll have made earlier on, we did present those departments, and I'm sure even as we hand it over, you will have found that human settlement has got 219 of those petitions. But always remember that as we sit here, we may find that in the office, there are those petitions which are now being submitted. So it might be a distorted figure, but what we do have now is 219. That is just on the component of human settlement. Then there's another secondary component, which is COGT, which accounts for 336 of those petitions. So these are petitions which are coming from municipalities, which ordinarily municipal structures ought to have processed, sought to intervene. And so the burden now lies with us. And so it's for that reason that you will see the Department of Human Settlement as well as COGTA also being with us today to really try to assist us in resolving all of those things. Because ordinarily they should have been resolved at that level. So even when we take a hardened stance against the department, in essence, because you also have got the Department of Housing at the level of the different municipalities, that which they should be resolving. But unfortunately, the situation is somewhat different. Then the structure of our hearings is that we do as you suggest. So when we do external hearings, we invite petitioners, we invite responding authorities in the same, or rather under the same roof. But beyond that, we also extend to the public, because we want the public to know and gain insight around how the petitions process is managed. So we do it in their presence, or in their presence. And reports are presented, so part of the feedback happens in the presence of the public and the petitioners. I don't know, we are going to meet privately. We do it in their presence. And it's for that reason that in gaining the necessary confidence, we are receiving more and more petitions, because our people have got to test the functionality of the system. And having gained confidence, there's an avalanche of these petitions. And that is why today we'll have said, well, because there's a preponderance of these petitions that we are now receiving, how do we come up with a strategy that will assist us to respond to all of them timeously, so that they don't linger far too long in the system? And so that is the structure of our petitions hearing system. What we are going to do in the aftermath of the 2 months that we will have committed all the responding authorities is that we are going to convene another session where they are going to respond and give an account on all of these referred petitions. So we are not just going to have a nicety which models as if it's an event. So today is not an event. It's the beginning of how we want to resolve the petitions impasse, so that a year later from now, society will have the necessary confidence that this is a functional system. This is a mechanism that offers answers real time. And that is what we are striving towards. But of course, I did mention that for that to be realized requires a concerted effort on the part of everybody who is here, including yourselves as members of the media. Media plays a central role in communicating. So, for instance, a member asked, how do we then ensure that our people can even submit petitions online? Earlier on, we spoke about the e-petitions portal that we are trying to put together. So there is a prototype. We are just at the final stages of ensuring that it comes about. And the system on its own will assist us, member, to ensure that our people can be able to submit petitions digital. So they will no longer have to struggle. But of course, in the immediate, there are still walk-ins which are permissible. Of course, our email address, which is maximally utilized, it's the petitions@gpl.gov.za. petitions@gpl.gov.za. And of course, our people have been utilizing this email. And that is why we also indicated that during the hard lockdown, we still will have been receiving this petition. So it's not as if there was an interregnum. People still submitted their petitions, and those petitions could be adjudicated and responded to. So government did not cease in its operations. We continued. because we really just had to be innovative enough. And then furthermore, we've got the outreach programs which are serviced by the public participations and petitions unit. So you are a triple P. I indicated earlier on that we'll have visited all the districts, and we are now duplicating those efforts. So indicated that in Kurleni we have gone there twice. We'll have gone to Tshwane twice. We'll have done CDB joined by the chair of chairs. We'll have done the West Rand, and we're still going to go back there. We'll have also done the city of Joburg, and I'm also intending to still go back there. But of course, in between, we also rely on the media. And that is why, from time to time in that college, we leverage your space to communicate with the different constituencies on the use of this critical platform or system. So those are all the questions that I will have responded to. Member, I hope I've not undermined any of your questions.
We'll send. Soft copies will send.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Letsoalo. And maybe just to reiterate that on the issue of the community radios, actually it's a policy of the legislature that we have to utilize community radios. So our chairpersons of various portfolio committees and standing committees, they avail themselves, and their quarterly reports are populated through community radios. Just to give you just to comfort you on that issue of community radios. But now with the petitioners, they send their petitions at various levels. When honorable members are addressing communities, at some point they receive petitions. Our PCOs, which is our parliamentary constituent offices, also they submit petitions there. So there are various levels where petitions are really submitted. But now we don't have any other option but to move to the last item. And the last item is closure. Now, let me take up this opportunity on behalf of the legislature to express our sincere appreciation, especially for your positive response. I mean, your presence, it's really valued. We are flattered, we are delighted, we are intrigued by your inputs that were very invaluable, and they would really shape this strategy so that we are able to be responsive to community needs. Again, let's really take these discussions. Let's make sure that we really take them to the highest level. They must not really be regarded as mere discussions, as an exercise in futility. Let's make sure that we practicalize this, especially from the departments, the MECs, whatever agreement, this compact that we've really signed, we must really live up to it and make sure that it really remarks. I mean, there are real positive outputs out of what we've really been doing. But again, I must say we thank you, and I don't want really to hold everyone long. We're supposed to knock off at 3 o'clock. We've managed, and now it's something past 1, and I must thank you, and let's make sure that we really commit ourselves to what we have. And now this gathering is officially adjourned. Thank you very much. But as an announcement, you'll all join us for lunch, and they'll lead you for lunch. Thank you.
For